Hey guys, my name is Simpsy. How you all doing? Welcome to the start of a brand new campaign series here today on the channel. We're going to be playing some Napoleon Total War Darthmod here today on version 2.6. We're going to be playing as the French on Napoleon Total War. That rolls off the tongue, great. So, if you like the sound of that, feel free to leave the video a like, subscribe if you're new around here with notifications on, let me know in the comments feedback and suggestions for the series, and where you'd like me to expand and conquer. It's been so long since I've done Napoleon Total War on the channel, I've never played Darthmod, but Napoleon Total War is one of my favourite Total Wars as it focuses more on generals and the historical sort of faction leaders like Wellington and Napoleon and whatnot, and it's going to be a lot of fun. But before we play the campaign, we got to play the intro.
My enemies are many. My equals are none. In the shade of olive trees, they said Italy could never be conquered. In the land of pharaohs and kings, they said Egypt could never be humbled. In the realm of forest and snow, they said Russia could never be tamed. Now they say nothing. They fear me, like a force of nature, a dealer in thunder and death. I say, I am Napoleon. I am Emperor.
Okay guys, welcome to the campaign map. We're playing as Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of France, 36 years of age in 1805. The main objective of this series is to destroy coalition forces. We want to get rid of Austria, Russia, Prussia, the UK, and various other coalition allies as well. I can't wait to get stuck into this campaign. I'll put in the description below as well if you guys would like to download the mod and play along with me. We're playing on a hard campaign, very hard battle, because that's what Darthmod is balanced for. Now, I surely can't be the only one that enjoys the Napoleon era. It's a really enjoyable area to study for me, because not only is the time period fascinating and Napoleon himself as a character, his marshals are really cool for the Grand Armée. Unfortunately, there's not too many in Darthmod that we can play as, but there's still a lot of them that have really cool, unique, and historical stories that sort of hopefully we can play out like they did in real life. But yeah, there was about 30 notable ones that really should be added to this mod. But at the end of the day, a lot of them did get the musket, so it's going to be interesting to see how well they do for us this series. Like Bernadotte, Michel Ney, Davout, Joachim Murat, and Messina as well. Messina. First up, we have Michel Ney, Marshal of the Grand Army and the Empire of France, red-faced and ruddy, known by his men, and Napoleon as one of the bravest soldiers. Famed in the French Revolutionary Wars, the Napoleonic Wars, and the 100 Days, and in Russia. Nicolas Davout, nicknamed the Iron Marshal for his talent for war, his reputation as a stern disciplinarian, and he is seen as one of the finest marshals, along with Massena, and one of Napoleon's loyal and most obedient and absolute commanders. His name is currently inscribed on the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. Hopefully, in this campaign, he can have a lot of victories for us. Moving on now to Joachim Murat, son of an innkeeper who rose to the rank of marshal, won major battles and honours in Austerlitz and Leipzig. He became a prince of the empire, Grand Duke of Berg, and the King of Naples in 1808. He did die in Italy later on. He was beautiful. That's what a lot of historians tend to quote him as, but he was a feared and famed cavalry commander and had really successful campaigns in Austria, Russia, and Spain. Jean-Baptiste Jules Bernadotte, son of a lawyer and a professional soldier, has definitely had one of the more lasting legacies of Napoleon's marshal. He won major honours and battles in Austerlitz and Wagram. He was the Prince of Pontecorvo, but the notable title that he held was the Crown Prince of Sweden, and to this day the House of Bernadotte sits on the Swedish throne. He died at the ripe old age of 81 in Stockholm, Sweden, and later fought against the French under the Swedish banner as their crown prince and later king. So hopefully in this campaign we might sort of send Bernadotte north to Sweden. Maybe he can take it by force and eventually become their crown prince. How cool would that be? André Massena, son of a shopkeeper, became marshal in 1804. He won major battles in Zurich, Genoa, Portugal, and Aspern, and Prince of Isling died of natural causes at the age of 58. Massena was nicknamed the Dear Child of Victory. A lot of France's marshals served under his command at one point. So hopefully he can bring the next generation of French marshals through. Alright, enough about the history. Let's get stuck into the government diplomacy for this campaign and get the ball rolling a bit, let's say. So, government-wise, monarchy, of course, empire. Our cabinet is fine for as well. We can fire and sack these blokes later on if need be, if they sort of drop down a bit. But so far, 3 is pretty much average. Trade is fine as well. And let me know in the comments, Darthmod connoisseurs for Napoleon, tips and tricks. I haven't done too many Napoleon Darthmod Let's Plays on YouTube, so all tips and tricks and suggestions are all welcomed in the description below. I have played Napoleon Vanilla a lot, but I haven't actually Let's Played it that much on YouTube. So we've got allies with Württemberg, Italy, Bavaria, the Dutch, the Swiss Confederation, and the Kingdom of Spain. We do start off war with a lot of people, Russia, Sweden, the United Kingdom. Yeah, so they're actually the United Kingdom in this time period now. They're not Great Britain. So we'll try and make some peace just with some of these factions, but we'll just have to see how we go. So for this campaign, I think I'll sort of send my marshals in the general direction of where they sort of historically became renowned. Like Bernadotte should sort of head towards Belgium, Italy, sort of Hanover. I would love to get him sort of in and around Austerlitz, and then eventually become the King of Sweden and rise the House of Bernadotte. Michelnay, same with the Netherlands. He won a lot of victories around the Rhine as well, and helped dealing with the Austrians, Prussians, Russians, and potentially a later invasion of Spain, who are now my allies at this time period, and Portugal. Davout, same, heading sort of Austria, Russia, Prussians, and Dutch. General Mira, I would have loved to send him to Egypt, but unfortunately that's not in the grand campaign. But him the same, sort of Austria, Russia, but maybe sort of head him towards Naples, southern Italy, to eventually become their king. Massena, dealing with Austrians in Italy, and I might even sort of look. The thing is, Switzerland is our puppet at this time, so there's not going to be too many battles in and around Zurich. But yeah, we might have to eventually send him to Portugal, Spain, and Britain, and maybe deal with Austrians and Russians. But what I really like about Napoleon Total War, it really focuses in on Europe. I feel like in Empire sometimes, if you really want to sort of carve out colonial expansion, if you want to fight in the Americas, if you want to fight in India, that's always a lot of fun. But if you really want to just sort of fight in Europe, the map just isn't big enough. It's particularly in France, there's only one territory. But European domination with Napoleon is definitely the aim for this. So unfortunately, the diplomacy there was a little bit savage. We've got one university, Orleans. Tech-wise, I can't really remember the strat. Fire by rank was the main one. You definitely needed to rush in Empire. I'm not too sure about diamond formation. Fire in advance, that could potentially be it. But look, public order, general growth, reduction in units, and general wealth for the Empire. You can't really stuff up the campaign too much by basically going down that general philosophy. Okay, so we've gone through the generals. I'm sure we can actually recruit more as well, but where are they exactly? So we have Massena in Italy. We have Bernadotte in Hanover. We want to try and probably strengthen our army in the north. We want to get a lot of armies going. We've got some light cavalry here, and also the units in Napoleon are fantastic, particularly in even I think the vanilla units are quite cool compared to like Empire Darthmod, because they can be a little bit bland. But we probably want to start making our way to Austria, potentially dealing with Prussians as well. So we've got Napoleon, Joachimira, and Davout near Strasbourg, Lorraine. So we might send them back to Paris to rally up Davout, because we're going to need to keep one army stationed in Paris while everyone else pushes eastward. So I think I want to deal with the east first. Now, it's a legitimate strategy in Empire and in Napoleon to rush Britain early on, but I'm kind of role-playing in this campaign. I've gone through the history of the generals. I kind of want to go where they historically went, and obviously Napoleon never took England, did he? He never conquered London. So even though we probably could go there, the fiscal naval capacity of Great Britain would have absolutely decimated any ships going over the channel, unlike in this mod where you can sort of just like rush and drop, and you could execute Order 66 the whole of the UK and you'd probably be alright, and then they'd get rid of them. So we will have to keep an eye on English, British forces landing in Europe. Okay, so we'll spend most of our money in Hanover and in Paris. We want to try and get our armies at full capacity. So we've got a lot of cavalry here, French hussars as well. I am interested maybe liberating factions as well. Potentially Portuguese Legion there we've got there at our disposal. But Poland, I was going to say, maybe even like Hungary and what. I'm not opposed to an alliance with the Ottomans. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and I wouldn't mind betraying Spain at some point. But the thing is with Spain, we've got to watch out for that, because a lot of historians call it Napoleon's Vietnam. I don't really want to be dealing with La Guerrillas too much. Okay, so we might move Massena back to, I guess that's Milan, isn't it, or Turin, Piedmont, just to defend. We'll move Joachimira and Napoleon to Stuttgart and Württemberg, because we want to try and push to Bavaria. We've got small units littered around the Empire, Toulouse in southern France, but we want to try and rally everyone up at Paris and have forward bases. But you can get a little bit ganged up on playing as Napoleon, but depending on how this campaign goes, I am open to do more. So if you're enjoying it so far, leave the video a like, subscribe if you're new, let me know in the comments feedback and suggestions, and try and share this video around if you want to see more. Depending on sort of the feedback, the support and general consensus will determine more Napoleon campaigns. Because, yeah, Austria might be quite cool, maybe playing as Britain. Oh, Ottomans and Austria at war, maybe even Prussia or Sweden. I wonder if there's like a Bernadotte mod. Even Spain would be cool, as Napoleon did put his brother on the throne of Spain and caused a lot of problems. Maybe there is a Napoleon's brother mod, or potentially a House of Bourbon campaign. But we're gonna push to Innsbruck in the border here, where we could have our first battle here today. We're mobilizing in Bavaria. I can send Bernadotte as reinforcements. Sorry, Messina, not Bernadotte. Bernadotte is further north. Napoleon's nearly in range though. Can I push over in and take it? No, I can't, which is unfortunate. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's like an expanded generals mod for the French. I just wish there was more at my disposal. Like, I do know that I can recruit some in the future, but I'm only allowed to have, I think, 6 to start things off. Michel Ney and Davout are moving to Paris to get more French forces. But at the moment, we've got most of France under our control. A lot of German states as well. But Austria, Prussia, Russia, the wars in the east are going to bog us down for some time. I will have to deal with my navy as well. I don't think I'm going to be doing... The thing is, right, we're not going to be doing too much naval warfare because we basically need to focus on European continent standing armies. That's what we need to focus on. While for the British, they can focus on their navy, because Prussian, Russian, British naval forces are just going to decimate us. So I don't think I'm going to play the trade game too much in this one, because it's going to take too much of an investment. So we'll keep our navy garrisoned or stationed in Brittany, and we'll send our other small fleet here as well. We'll leave essentially Marseille undefended, sort of southern France. We'll mostly focus our forces on the Channel. We've got 2 gentlemen and 1 spy as well. You want to try and put your gentlemen in universities. I don't know if it's going to be worth actually constructing universities from the ground up, because there are a lot of in Germany and other nation states that we could conquer. Infrastructure, we want to try and get roads done as well. We want to be as efficient as the Romans. Basic roads everywhere, because the quicker we can move throughout Europe, the better. Eventually I want to have paved roads, being able to fly from one end of Europe to the other. The Dutch should be able to help us out a little bit as well, as they are our allies. So Austria, Russia, and the UK. Alexander I does not want peace. Neither does George III and Wellington. Okay, let's end the turn and continue. Oh, hang on. Austrian forces have taken a town in Bavaria, just outside of Munich. That's annoying. I wanted to siege Innsbruck, but we might be better off to double back and deal with that other Austrian force. A building in Bavaria has been sabotaged, and the Kingdom of Prussia has declared war upon me. And the trade agreement that I signed earlier has now fallen through. That's annoying, so I'm going to have to send forces to Hanover. The AI is just so harsh on Darthmod, isn't it? So, we'll continue the siege there in Innsbruck. I think I'll just move Napoleon up. I think what we'll do is... yeah. Massena can probably take this on his own. And then we'll push up and then hit this force. We'll play the battle in the north. How about that? Because it's actually a moving army. This is just a garrison army. Clear victory. We've taken Innsbruck in Tyrol, in the mountains in Germany. So let's move Napoleon north. Oh, we've managed to move out Karl Mack. And we'll run him down in a moment. Von Liebrich is an interesting character from the Austrian perspective. A lot of them saw him as a coward because he did get capitulated and surrounded by Napoleon in the Battle of Ulm, from what I can remember. So, hopefully, just outside Bavaria, we can do a similar thing. So, we do border Prussia now, further from Berlin near Hanover. So, we'll rally up in Paris, and then we'll send Marshal Davout further north, I guess, to deal with the Prussians. But already, we are under the pressure from coalition forces. But we can implement trade embargoes and sort of go down Napoleon's continental system if we want to, and ask our allies to block trade. So I just want to make this a little bit even. So I think that's enough, because I don't want to leave France's territories undefended. I cannot be the Emperor of France and not control it. I cannot be essentially the king that lost the north, let's say. I cannot be the emperor that lost France. So Michel Ney, he can be stationed in Paris for now. Okay, we'll repair some of those buildings now, and we'll get Napoleon to surround Karl Mack von Liebrich. Now, we'll move in Massena and Joachim Murat to help with reinforcements as well. Only 1,500, we do outnumber them quite significantly. Let's have our first battle of the Napoleon campaign. Alrighty, let's do a quick save and we'll fight this one. Napoleon Bonaparte, Jean André Massena. The Battle of Augsburg. It's not Ausch. I've been saying Austerlitz all day. Augsburg or Borg. Or Augsburg. However you want to say it. My French is as good as my German. And my English is as good as my Australian. So, not very good. I try my best. But I don't speak any language proficiently. Right, let's move up the Grand Armée and we'll meet the soldiers. We'll pull Napoleon back. Now, characters like Napoleon and Wellington can't be killed in Empire Total War. They can be mortally wounded. Well, not mortally, but wounded. And then they get negative traits and debuffs from it. But they can't be killed. But all of my other generals can be. So we're going to have to watch out for them. Now, from what I can remember, the best way with cannons is to get line of sight. Because a lot of times you can notice that you end up smashing your cannon shots either on your front line or they hit a hill further in front. So I'm going to put all my cavalry on the far right hand side. We have to be careful with artillery fire. But here is Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of France. I am Napoleon! Right, so let's go through the units. So we've got the 5th Regiment of Foot here, Militia. You're most looking to pause and have a look at the range, stats, and melee. I'll go through everyone. I'll go through all the units that we've got so far. We've got some skirmishes here on our far left-hand side. We have the French Empire 4th Regiment of Foot Fusiliers. The Fusiliers are going to be the bread and butter of this French campaign. Incredibly reliable, cost effective. They're going to make up the brunt. So we've got the 4th Grenadier Regiment of Swiss Grenadiers. As we move our way throughout Europe, we're going to be able to get access to various continental European units. We've got Napoleon's Old Guard, which are the more experienced units. The old and young guard are the sort of the specialty units in Napoleon Total War. And here we've got the French cavalry as well. Now, I'm quickly just going to pause because I don't want my artillery to fire to smack me in the rear. We've got reinforcements coming in as well, so because that order would have been given out. So they've only got one cannon piece here for the Austrians, the 1st Regiment of Artillery. Then we've got some Jaeger infantry there. Lancers and Prussians making up their rank. Okay, so we'll move my cavalry on the right-hand flank. We'll move them up. We'll get my artillery to halt for a sec, and we'll charge up as well. Okay, so we want to sort of angle you like this. Then we'll get the rest of the army just to move up. We basically just want to create a kill zone with the angles there. So something like that is what we want to do. That's a bit better. Okay. Everyone charge. We'll give out our orders for our artillery in a moment. I think just trying to fire everything we've got, neutralize their artillery, because that's going to be the main problem. And then we should be laughing. We should be able to bombard the Austrian front line with impunity. But if you haven't gone and seen my Empire Total War Austrian campaign, I sort of look back on that campaign fondly, as my grandfather is Austrian, of course. I had a lot of fun sort of role-playing. That's probably my closest European ancestor, which I've talked about a lot on the channel. I might have to clip that sort of stuff up somewhere. Me talking about my ancestry. I've got some ancestry videos on the channel, which is quite cool. Alright. Let's move these guys a little bit nicer there. Okay, so what I also like about Napoleon as well, Napoleon Total War, is the AI is so much more competent. They actually moved their units in an intelligent fashion. Because sometimes it can go a little bit crazy in Empire, but they're already trying to compensate. Oh, hang on. We need to form square here. Ah, damn it. We didn't get that off. Oh, no, we didn't get it off quick enough. Okay, so try and swing that around. I actually don't mind fire by rank, musket warfare, and pikes to some extent. Okay, so the problem is as well with Napoleon Total War, you gotta watch out for friendly fire, so you gotta be disciplined on the musket and artillery trigger, I guess. So a lot of these guys already have fire by rank. Clearly, because this is 1805. But in Empire, you do have to get it. So we'll try and disperse our fire pattern with the artillery now that the Austrian artillery has been smashed. We do outnumber them significantly, so we should be alright. Okay, you can form back out of square now, because that cavalry charges no more. Okay, let's move everyone up here to get in range. Being able to hit muskets from not only the front, but the sides and the rear and on weird angles, on off angles, can really decimate units. We might just have to charge in our cavalry now because they do have swords on being mounted, but getting behind them and hitting those regiment of foot, like front on cavalry is not going to outshoot them, but hitting them from the rear while our front line's engaging, as soon as they turn, you've got to charge basically. Now, I might turn. Oh, this is annoying because I can't afford for my front line to hit my cavalry as we go in. So I'm just going to get everyone to disable fire at will, and I'm going to halt out those orders because we will allow the cavalry to go in. But from what I can remember in Empire, as soon as you equip bayonets and charge, it takes a really long time to actually be able to go back to fire by rank again. Okay. So there's only a couple more Austrian forces here now holding.
We have killed their general, sir.
But we've managed to kill the enemy general. I think it's kill. He could be injured because he could be a little bit more notable for the Austrians. But the first regiment of foot, the Hungarians. Austria's got some Hungarians, some Germans and some Prussians in their build, which is cool. But our cavalry are now charging in. I want to get more lancers because I like to keep my cavalry melee. No enemy general killed. Karl Mack von Liebrich in this campaign died in the battle for Augsburg. Yeah. I think it's Augsburg. Isn't that the football team? I don't know. Sometimes the football team's pronounced different than how people say it. Augsburg. Never been there, so I never know. I'm sure you guys let me know. As long as you know what I'm talking about, it doesn't really matter. Okay. We'll allow my artillery to hit these units that are retreating. If they're in range. No. Now, hey, victory. Let's continue and speed things up and run down the Austrians. So Napoleon has had his first major victory against the Austrians. I was going to say, I always sort of thought that artillery having an unlimited number of cannons was always a little bit ridiculous. Like even our frontline units only have a limited amount before they have to have a mass bayonet charge. But we're sending Napoleon now, sitting and commanding from the back, and our cavalry to run them down. So, the raid into Bavaria wasn't the play. We've taken Innsbruck, and now we can maybe make a challenge and a claim to Vienna. Alright, let's end that one there. But I am maybe interested in doing, after this campaign, other Napoleon campaigns. Maybe the Peninsula campaign, Egypt. Might be enjoyable on Darthmod. Okay, so the Old Guard obviously did really well. Nearly on par with the cavalry. Alright, let's send... who can go? Can Massena? You can go for it. We'll send Napoleon further back. Can we send someone up there just to start the fight? No, why is my movements kind of bugging out a bit? That's annoying. Oh well, anyway. We'll send Napoleon to Bavaria, to Munich. And hopefully hold against any other Austrian forces. Because we've got to deal with the Prussians now as well. Hey, we've been attacked here. That's annoying. We'll retreat. And it's Nelson as well. Oh, that's perfect. That couldn't have retreated anywhere more perfectly. Oh, thank God. We've saved 3 ships there. We don't have a Trafalgar on our hands. Are you Spanish? No. We're English. Ah, we love the English. Oh, God, that's a funny video. Okay, so Napoleon, we're getting a little bit of replenishment in Munich. You can actually pay for replenishment in Empire, which is a little bit overpowered, I guess. We'll send Massena along with Joachim Murat under his tutelage here. I don't know why Joachim Murat, his command is like bugging out. It should be a lot higher than 3. Anyway, we want to push north against the Prussians here when they declared war upon me. So we'll move Davout with an army, and we've also got Bernadotte with some units here as well. No, the Swedish have moved up an army to Hanover. I don't think we're going to get hit from Berlin, but I am willing to risk Hanover if we can take Cleves. So we'll send in Bernadotte and Davout. So we'll move in. He's been intercepted. Damn it. I thought we could move everyone in. No, I forgot there's like a zone of control. I reckon Bernadotte can probably... I might have to play this one actually, you know what? But this should be a really good matchup. We have Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte for the Battle of Munster in 1805 against Gerhard von Scharnhorst, who is slightly more like command ability better than Bernadotte now. Bernadotte's 3. Scharnhorst is now 5. But yeah, looking back, Scharnhorst was basically a reformer of the Prussian army and military. He has been compared to Hans von Schicht, who later sort of reorganized the Weimar army. But this should be a good fight. If Bernadotte fails in this battle, the Iron Marshal General Davout is right behind him. So Bernadotte has 2 units of cavalry, 1 piece of artillery, 3 regiments ready to go up. So this is a small battle. I actually don't mind these smaller battles on the micro level. They're nearly as enjoyable as sort of the massive 20,000 ones in my opinion. So I think my artillery is better off to hit theirs. It's only like 51% in our favour. What's this? Some skirmishers are pushed further up there. The thing is, with those skirmishers, they have the range. I'm nearly maybe just to charge at that cannon there, because if we can neutralise that, we'll be laughing. Oh no, here they go. They're moving up their horse guard to try and cover it. Yeah, hit the units further at the back there. Now here we go. The first Russian dragoons are engaging. We'll go for the general staff there. And we're getting a little bit ambushed on our right flank here because of those skirmishers. We'll move that out here. Okay, we'll send my cavalry in to try and capture Gerhard. Or Gerhard. I think it's Gerhard. I think that's how you say it. Gerhard von Scharnhorst. Scharnhorst. Where have I heard that before? I think it's a ship, isn't it? Wasn't it a World War II ship? I can't remember. I think it was. Anyway. 17th Regiment of Foot is going to try and engage those skirmishers. You hit this, and then you try and hit that one. Reform up. Make it a bit straighter. We've managed to neutralise the cavalry that charged up against us, which is perfect. And if we can get ours to Maybe get a charge and then try and cycle charge them. Hit those Jaeger infantry there. We've had a good victory against the Austrians here today. Hopefully we can do the same against the Prussians. My artillery needs to be hitting further back. I think I just need to allow my Fusiliers to get stuck in. Okay, 17th is still holding the line here, but they're taking a little bit of casualties. The Jaegers are holding well. They actually flanked quite intelligently. Okay, so now they've made a square formation, which is annoying. But we should be able to hit these guys here if we focus them, because they're a little bit close. We'll swing around with my cavalry. Some of them are capitulating, which is unfortunate. We want to try and capture Scharnhorst. If we could kill him, that should send a large enough morale shockwave for the Prussians to capitulate here today. Because I hopefully want to sue for peace. But the AI is incredibly aggressive on Darthmod and quite intelligent, so we might have to give them a piece of territory or keep on piecing out with them, because they don't really have a penalty for breaking treaties and stuff too much. Because we got trade with them early on, but they threw that out the window. Get my artillery to hit that. Bernadotte needs to be protected at all costs. But my cavalry now is engaging the general unit. Oh, and we've got him as well. Gerhard von Scharnhorst is no more in this alternative timeline. How much of a blow would that be for essentially Germany in the future? I feel like a butterfly effect is massively played out. Okay, let's get our Fusiliers, our front line, to equip bayonets and charge now, and let the cavalry try and mop up everyone else. Alright, let's run these guys down. Alright, let's end that one there. Close victory. I don't know why it says that every single time. Even the artwork in Napoleon and the quotes are cool. So we outnumbered them slightly, lost 400. We've won a major victory here today. But now we can push into Munster and take the German territory, or province as it were. Bernadotte can take the city, while the Iron Marshal, Marshal Davout, can come in as reinforcements. We could liberate if we wanted to, but I want this territory for myself. I'll definitely... Yeah, do you reckon I should puppet Poland? Yes or no? Or maybe I'd have to take it so I can get units from Poland. I don't know, I kind of want to bring back Poland. Because some of Napoleon's sort of famed and cavalry units were Poland Hussars. I'd like to get a couple of those in. Nation joins your enemy, Saxony. Great. We're just getting ganged up on here. But all my roads are complete, so at least we can get to Saxony quick enough. Where is Saxony? It's east of Berlin, Dresden. Oh, that's annoying. Well, I guess we send Davout, who's now in Hanover. Bernadotte is recruiting more units as well. I've skipped a little bit ahead. It's now late March 1805. There is a time limit for this campaign, but I think it's not till 1812, which we should be able to do. So we'll give Davout the command of the army around Hanover, and we'll move it out as well. The Dutch have an army to the north, which you need to keep an eye out on. The British are moving in there. Michel Ney now has an army, nearly a full stack in Paris with some units. And we have nearly 4 full stacks. Russia is pushed up to Vienna to help out, which is really kind of cool that the AI helps out its coalition allies. So we'll move Napoleon to Vienna. We do want to try and keep a military presence in Munich, but we want to probably try and move this army out. We have Massena and Joachimira. I think I might leave Joachimira in Bavaria, and we'll send Massena to come and help with reinforcements against the Austrians in Vienna. So we've managed to take Venice here today against a pretty notable character as well. Karl von Osterreich Teschen, I think that's how you say his name. He actually defeated Napoleon in the Battle of Aspern in 1809 and was the 54th Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, who later became Emperor Leopold II. Great, so he's now dead. Don't have to deal with him anymore. Okay, well, does anyone want peace now? Nope, George III is still hanging out. No bloodshed has been spilt between myself, the British, or the Russians, so hopefully they accept. Now, I am willing to make peace with Austria, and I'll give you Venice. How does that sound? Because then I can focus on the Prussians. Would you give me some tech, actually? National debt. Poverty. That actually might work. Yeah, that's been signed. Good. So that's probably bored us a little bit. We've managed to get 2 pieces of tech. We will eventually get Venice. Look, the thing is, right, I want to conquer Austria, Russia, Prussia, the UK. They're my enemies. But making tactical pieces in this campaign is necessary, because we're just going to get ganged up on. Now, why is Napoleon so far in the north there? Anyway, it's going to give us a little bit of time to reorganize the army, because we've got to deal with, what, Saxony and Prussia to the north here now, and there's Swedish forces there. Okay, tech-wise, we've still got... do we need diamond? Because fire in advance is now being completed. Maybe logistics might be the key. But we do get cavalry eventually, so that might be alright. Prussia. Yeah, they still don't like me too much. We're still with Naples, Saxony, and Sicily, and Sweden as well. We should be okay, but you've really got to keep out and keep an eye on a roaming army there. So we've got 2 full stacks down in Munich. Massena, Napoleon. They're probably going to look to strike and hit Vienna eventually. We have General Davout and Bernadotte further to the north. They can push towards Saxony and Berlin in the next episode. And then we have Michel Ney hanging out in Paris. We'll keep a full stack there for now, because I don't know how aggressive the UK AI is going to be. Because the last thing I want is them to cross the channel and start taking French territory. So we've moved into striking range of Berlin now in Brandenburg. There's a full stack there. So, and there's a small army of Swedes. So I might just hold this bridge here now, and we'll end the turn and we'll see how the Prussians react, because if we draw them out and they attack us, we're probably going to play that one at the start of the next episode. Oh, and the bait worked. We've got a bridge here, so yeah, we'll fight this one, because this is actually the prince, isn't it? This is Prince Louis, I think. Oh, he's not, he might, I don't know if it's Louis, but it could be Louis or Louis. Ferdinand, yeah, I think that's him. I think that's the Prince of Prussia. Well, this would be a good one. 5 pieces of artillery to our 4. 2 units of cavalry to our 5. They have infantry supremacy, but it's against the Iron Marshal. Alright, we'll end that one there. We'll have the battle against the Prussian Prince. Here today we have a massive battle. We have the Iron Marshal Davout himself against Prince Louis Ferdinand of Prussia, who has attacked us. So, first up, I think we need to retreat from this river crossing position. I think an open field battle is probably going to make this fight easier for this one. But it's make or break. This is our only army in northern Germany, and if we lose Davout, which we can do, a famed general, and this army, northern Germany and essentially northern France, northeast France, will be open to a Prussian assault. So here today we have the Battle of Magdeburg in 1805. We have a fight against a Prussian prince. So, if you like the sound of that, feel free to leave the video a like. Subscribe if you're new around here with notifications on. Let me know in the comments feedback and suggestions for the series, and where you'd like me to expand and conquer. We're at peace with the Austrians for now, after taking a couple territory in the last episode against them, but now we're dealing with the Prussians. So, we have 4 pieces of artillery. We do outnumber them cavalry-wise with 6, and our infantry we are outnumbered. So, this is going to be a tough one. I've got a pretty ambitious and audacious plan here with General Davout. I think... Look, we've got 2 options with this fight. They have artillery supremacy, so we can't sit back and rely on our artillery. They have infantry supremacy, so head-to-head, our artillery over and an infantry over a long time is going to lose. I think what we need to do is have a mad frontal cavalry charge. I kind of wish that Joachimira was the commander of this battle, because this is sort of more up his alley. So General Davout is going to be commanding this one, the Iron Marshal, against the nephew of King Frederick, who died in the Battle of Saarfield in the Napoleon Wars. But we've got to watch out for Prussia. Although their generals are old and their tactics predictable, their units, cavalry and infantry, are on par to our own. So, this is make or break. We've only got 4 stacks at this moment in this campaign. Michel Ney is currently defending Paris, and if any British forces come, Davout is up here with Bernadotte near Hanover. And Joachimira, Massena and Napoleon are down in Bavaria. So we'll try and charge this one, close the distance as best we can. It is raining, so that's fortunate. But we've got to neutralize the guns and also try and capture and hit and catch those infantry in transition. But the cavalry's going in. Charge! My brave cavalry. There we go. Good charge. Well, none of them have managed to form square. But the French cavalry has clashed upon the Prussian front line like water on rock. And some of them are in a retreat. We are outnumbered by about 200. We might... The thing is, right, what do? I think we have to sit them in melee just to start grinding out infantry. The thing is, they sent this... Like, this is one of the best... This is probably the best army that Prussia has to offer. We can get cavalry at a later date. I think we keep them in. We don't want to cycle charge. We'll just keep them in there and just allow them to keep getting casualties. Because now our cannons are firing at them. It's an ambitious... It's an audacious tactic. But it seems to be working. So we are playing on Darthmod 2.6. I'll put in the description below if you guys like to download and play along with me. Let me know in the comments. We'd like me to expand and conquer. We want to defeat our coalition enemies, Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Britain. Haven't dealt with Britain too much just yet. We've had a couple wars with Austria, but we are at peace with them currently. There's going to be a lot of peace, just sort of tactical pieces back and forth against all the powers. We're getting charged a little bit here by their own cavalry. Haven't fought any Russian forces just yet, but they seem to be pushing up, which is really cool. They seem to be hanging out and defending their allies in Vienna. So, my infantry may have gone a little bit closer. They just need to sort of form up. We've managed to completely shatter the organisation of the Prussian forces there. But if we can kill Prince Louis Ferdinand of Prussia, nephew of King Frederick, like he died in the Battle of Saarfield, that'll be good. Our cavalry will just let them run wild continually. They did manage to actually go around the stakes that have been driven down there. So their artillery is in a full retreat. Phew! It's risky doing that, but it was worth it. Our cavalry is going to be decimated, but this is how it is. We're still at war with Saxony as well. So, once we win this in Magdeburg, Hanover will be spare for once more. We might even be able to make a push and a press on Berlin and Brandenburg itself. But we did make peace with the Austrians after we took Venice and gave it back to them for trade. So that will buy us some turns of peace. I may be even open to giving Hanover to Britain. Essentially back to Britain, because not too long ago King George III actually owned Hanover. Because you sort of forget that now the monarchy in England isn't technically Windsor, is it? They're more ethnically German. But we're dealing with the Prussian cavalry. The thing is, like, we've got like a really well overall balanced army. Our infantry's great. Our cavalry as well, but same with the Prussians and Austrians. There's not too much of a difference. The Russians tend to have more numerical numbers per unit. But anyway, we've managed to kill Louis Ferdinand, Prince of Prussia. The balance of power has now swung massively in our favour, 75 to their 25. But our maddening mass cavalry charge seems to be working, or did work. Brave cavalry, you were sacrificed for the greater good. Yeah, but like, there's not really, like, I guess you could flank, but I think that was the best play for us. We neutralized the artillery, and most of their forces actually ran because they got caught flat-footed. We're playing on a hard campaign, a very hard battle, because that's what Napoleon Darthmod is balanced to. There seems to be only 2-3 more units
Our men are running,
holding.
sir.
Just make sure you hit your targets, lads. Reform that up because they're moving away now. We might even be able to get them behind that wall eventually. But maybe move up here and hit that Jaeger infantry. 2nd Grenadier Regiment there. Four units are reforming here against our 4. Which we've got to be careful of. Hit that 4th regiment. Okay, they've actually managed to reorganize slightly. The problem is it's pouring down with rain. So both sides aren't going to be at peak efficiency with their musket powder wet. Yeah, they're hitting us there good, so maybe get behind that short wall if we can. Okay, they're now retreating. Right, swing back around behind them because they're still holding for now. But the Iron Marshal, Marshal Davout, has won a massive victory here today. Alright, let's speed things up. So they're now shooting over this half wall. With some nice protective cover. Our Fusiliers. Just need to finish off the 2nd Grenadier Regiment of Prussia, which we've completely surrounded now. Maybe send the cavalry further back here. We've managed to not lose all of them, so we're going to be able to replenish 3 out of the 5 or 6.
A glorious victory, sir, is soon.
But if we're lucky, we've destroyed this full Prussian host. 160 only left in that. Far out. They are getting surrounded by 4 units. And they're still holding on. No, there they go. I was going to say. Right, let's get my artillery to go into this, because now mine can fire unopposed. But so far I've been really impressed upon the AI on Darthmod. There's a unit here. Come on, we'll send in double. I do recommend it if you haven't played it in quite some time. It's a lot. The battles are a lot more enjoyable than Empire. But it looks like the Prussian host is now in a full retreat. Yep, we have victory. Let's speed things up and run them down. Alright, let's end that one there. Close victory, I know, crikey. Let's run through the casualties sustained and inflicted. So we lost, so the Prussians lost 3.2, we lost 2,000. But we've won a glorious victory, and we've managed to kill the Prussian prince. Let's have a look at the casualties sustained. Kills. Wow. Couple hundred there. And for the Lancers, topping. So it looks like another army from Berlin has now come out. Which is fine. But we're going to be sort of role-playing in this campaign with the various generals. We want to send them towards the various locations where we end up. Like, we want to sort of send Massena and Mora to Italy, while Bernadotte sort of heads towards Sweden. Now, did Prussia want peace after killing one of Frederick Wilhelm's relatives? Potentially not. There's not even a general in this army, only in the reinforcing one. We might have to retreat for now and wait for more reinforcements. But we've managed to win the battle for Magdeburg, while Massena and Napoleon head north to Berlin. Okay. So the Prussians have moved up another army at the top of the turn. Bernadotte is in Hanover, but he should be okay. We'll push out and hit Gebhard Lieberich von Blitzer. Von Blitzer, I think that's how you say it. We'll try and get rid of him because he's a quite notable and prominent Prussian commander, beating Napoleon in Leipzig and Waterloo. So if we can get rid of him, that would be ideal. If we if we attack him again with Davout, there might be Swedish reinforcements. We've got to watch out for that. Nicknamed Marshal Forward by his soldiers because of his aggressive approach to war, which makes sense. Oh no, he's dead. We got rid of him. He pushed so hard into Hanover. That's quite funny. But Davout is becoming, so far in this campaign, the most renowned and greatest marshal for Napoleon. So Saxony's moved up an army there. Napoleon probably should push to Berlin eventually, but we might actually stop off here in Magdeburg. It's that Saxon army, which is annoying. We'll move up Massena to sort of cover. Joachim Mirach can stay in Munich, just in case the Austrians redeclare war upon me, because I do not trust my old enemy. Massena with a full stack. We'll build up my navy big enough to intercept any British fleet that comes over. But yeah, I'm sort of umming and ahhing, because a full stack is fine to defend France and my central core territories, but we might need to split it in half depending on how this war goes in the east. Moving more spies and agents eastward where we can. Prussia is moving some forces. Oh, we've got an opportunity to intercept some units. We'll auto-resolve that. Oh, far, we lost a lot there. I was wondering why that was so. Yeah, that one's better. Maybe it was friendly fire or something crazy. Anyway, we have 3 full stacks up in the north here now. We might be able to take Berlin if we're lucky. Nation joins your enemies, Austria. So we're back, unfortunately, at war with Austria. That's a shame. So even if you give territory, they don't seem to like hold that alliance for too long, because it's a little bit cheaty giving territory back for peace and forcing it. It's a little bit gamey, I guess. Alright, so I guess we want to try and get to a position where we can just keep on beating the Prussians, like just beat them into submission. The Russians have moved some forces into Bavaria, which isn't good, because they're so far away, but they're still actively trying to bring down Napoleon. Okay, so we're sieging out Berlin now. What are the odds? There's no notable commander inside, just the garrison force. And Davout's coming. Yeah, we outnumber them massively. So let's just auto-resolve that one. Like the king isn't in the field. But Napoleon Bonaparte in the siege for Brandenburg and Berlin. We've managed to take the Prussian capital and the heart of Prussia. Now do they want peace straight away for that? They've accepted. After losing the Crown Prince Louis, the nephew of King Frederick, and now Berlin burns, they want peace. So now we can keep an army here in Berlin and then double back down to Austria. We might even be able to take Saxony here. That might be actually a really good sort of choke point. We eventually probably want to try and hold that in Stettin. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. So there's a decent-sized army in there. I think Napoleon can... He just needs to replenish a bit. That's the only thing. But he is... He's actually not the best commander at the moment. It's actually double, because he's been playing a lot of the wars. So, yeah, why can't we attack? I guess, yeah, Davout can't get there. That's annoying. We're even exempting from tax. Yeah, we're just going to have to risk that. Our agents are moving up. Württemberg is moving forces as well. We're back at war with Austria, so we'll see how they do. The United Kingdom has been quite quiet in this series, which has been really good. It's mostly just been Russian, Prussian, and Austrian military forces we're dealing with. We're still at war with a couple of minor states, like Sweden, Naples, and whatnot. And they haven't been surging armies over. I think they've sort of been landlocked through military access points, which is good for me. Like Kingdom of Naples, I don't think I can get through the Papal States, for example. Okay, so Davout is in Berlin for now. Napoleon can push into Saxony. I don't know where their other army went. But yeah, we should be able to deal with them swiftly. Joachim can hold against those Russian forces for now. And Ney can sit back in parry. Oh, there it is. Only 4 units. Okay. I think there was a full sack though somewhere. Doesn't matter. If we can take Saxony, it's going to, like, they've only got 1 province. It's going to destroy the other army, wherever it is. We can liberate the Kingdom of Saxony and Dresden, which I'm not going to do. Alright, let's push you back to Brandenburg, and we'll replenish and repair where we can. But check out this iron wall we've got going from Berlin to Dresden. And nation destroyed. The Kingdom of Saxony is no more. I don't know why they declared war upon me. We rolled them. Trade agreement. National debt for a payment. Yeah, I'll accept that with Prussia, because we're at peace with them for now. It'll buy us a couple turns, so we can focus on the Austrians. Oh, we've actually been attacked here by Mikhail, a prominent Russian commander. We might have to send Yokimira to deal with him. Mikhail Kuzlov has taken Innsbruck. Alright, well, Yokimura, we'll probably play that one at the start of the next episode, because he's quite a notable character as well. That'll be quite cool. Yeah. Although he lost the Battle of Austerlitz, he fought in the French invasion against Napoleon and allowed him to take and abandon Moscow. He's still considered one of the greatest Russian generals of all time, Mikhail. So, Napoleon can push down to Prague. We might as well just keep on going against the Austrians here. Prague was actually not too much of a stretch from Saxony. So we've made peace with the Prussians for now. And we've hit Prague. Okay. Do they want peace now, out of curiosity? Not even for trade, okay. I just thought because then we could focus on the Russians for now. But they've taken Innsbruck, which is so far away. I'm really impressed of how aggressive the Russian AI is. Oh, that's understandable. There's probably 3 full stacks there that are quite close to Prague. Oh, alright. So, it's going to take a little bit of a while to consolidate our position here in Berlin, Dresden. So we might just keep our 3 full stacks hanging in and around here. We'll move Davul to Dresden. And Yokimira can deal with Mikhail Kuzlov. Kuzlov. I don't know why I said the L. At the start of the next. Be our first fight against the Russians. Bernadotte is at Hanover, getting more units as well by the day. But we might need those additional forces from Paris at some point. Because Hanover now is quite well defended. Dealing with the public order and potential rebellion crisis we've got going on there. But everyone else is sort of chilling. We're all good. And Ney's still in Paris, as I said. Oh! Gibraltar has fallen to Spanish rebels. The fleet's still hanging in Brittany for now. The British are raiding one of my ports, which is annoying. Actually, we could send a... Yeah. We'll get Michel Ney. Oh, I misclicked there. Damn it, I wasted that movement. To retake our port, kick the fleet out so we could repair it. Because we're losing a little bit of trade there. And we're only exposing 1 unit of cavalry. Just north of Brussels. But this is what we currently occupy so far. We need to retake Innsbruck though as well. Before Mikhail Kuzlov essentially buries and digs in a bit. But we'll fight this one at the start of the next. We do numerically outnumber them. However, we're on par infantry and cavalry-wise quality. However, he does have artillery, so we might have to close the distance and push this one. Today, we have a massive battle to start things off. We have Joachim Mira attacking Innsbruck, and the Russians are inside. Mikhail Kutuzov is inside. who is considered to be one of the best Russian generals, not just of this period, but of all time. He, although lost in the Battle of Austerlitz, he helped in the French invasion of Russia. He did abandon Moscow and allowed Napoleon to take it. So Joachim Murat has a very challenging battle here today. The famed cavalry commander, although doesn't have too many cavalry at his disposal, we do have infantry and numerical supremacy over the Russians. However, they do have artillery on us. So we're going to have to sort of rush forward here, close the distance, and get stuck into them. Or just try and neutralize that artillery. So if you guys are enjoying this Napoleon Total War campaign, make sure to leave the video a like, subscribe if you're new with notifications on, let me know in the comments feedback and suggestions for the series, and where you'd like me to expand and conquer. We've been fighting Prussians and Austrians the last couple of episodes, and now here today we've got our first against the Russians. So we have the Swiss Line Infantry 43rd Regiment of Foot. This army build with Joachim Murat actually has some of the finest French regiments at hand. We've got the 37th Fusiliers Regiment of Foot. We've also got some Swiss Grenadiers as well. We've also got, moving further out down the line, eventually, French-Irish legions here. Napoleon, along with the Iron Marshal General Davout, Bernadotte and Massena are further north because they were dealing with the Prussian wars. We've taken Saxony, Berlin. We've also managed to take with us Louis Ferdinand. We managed to capture the Prussian prince, and we're at peace with them for now. We're still at war with the Austrians, but we're going to be dealing with the Russians here because for some reason they've pushed so far and aggressively deep into my territory. They've taken Innsbruck. Who would have thought? So Joachim Murat, tasked to defend Munich, and Innsbruck has charged out. He's sort of alone here, but hopefully he can hold out. Man, the balance of power swung massively back into the Russians' favour because Mikhail Kutuzov is quite the commander. Was he 6-star compared to Joachim Murat? So we've got the 3rd Grenadier Regiment of Foot of Russia, the 1st Grenadier Regiment, and then we've also got, I guess, Cossacks further at the back. 2nd Grenadier Regiment. So we'll move everyone up. Cavalry flanking on the left-hand side. The city of Innsbruck is on the left. So we're going to have to watch out. So they're reforming closer to the city, which is probably going to save them more. We do want to try and get a good charge with my cavalry where we can. Okay, so they're trying to just reform their artillery there. But I am willing to do more Darthmod on the channel, particularly Napoleon Total War. So let me know what you'd like me to replace this series with, so I can get prepared and organised. But this is going to be a longer campaign, because this is actually my first Napoleon Darthmod Let's Play on the channel. I've played Darthmod heaps in Napoleon, but I haven't actually Let's Played it on the channel in so long. But the French and Russian cavalry are clashing here, and we're hitting the 4th Regiment here. We just need to keep on going. Fortunately for me, they didn't sort of sit and consolidate that artillery piece, so we should be able to hit it from here nearly. We may be playing as the Prussians or British. I am actually open to maybe doing more French campaign, like maybe playing the Peninsular War on Darthmod, or maybe even the Egyptian one, because I kind of wish that Egypt and Spain was a lot bigger. We formed up square here because that cavalry's coming in. Our cavalry's been neutralised there. We're going to have to just massively rely on our infantry. They're being minced up. Joachim Murat just has to be patient and not too overly ambitious. Push up here. So we're going to continue our war against the Prussians, Russians and Austrians. A couple of you were a little bit upset that I didn't rush the British from the get-go, but I kind of felt it was a little bit unrealistic. Just sailing on over, because it's a legitimate strategy, just rushing the British. Once you get that sort of northwestern part of the map under your control, it's a huge amount of money. You can get all the trade nodes and act quite safe, but I think we'll deal with the British probably towards the end and last, because we want to eventually get all the way to Russia and Moscow. Easier said than done on Darthmod. Okay, they're coming a little bit too close because we might have to form square there. It's always like you got to pick and choose which one forms square. But they seem to be reacting quite well. We're holding the line here. It's swinging about 60% in our favour. Although our cavalry's been exhausted. It's a nice clear day. And my infantry are doing well. Yokimira is not in range of any forces, which is good. Oh, here we go. Maybe try and hit him there. Come on. Now, I'm pretty sure we can kill Mikhail Kutuzov. But I can't remember, because he's quite a prominent Russian commander. He might sort of be like Wellington, that you can't get rid of him. Okay, keep on firing on him. You're moving up way too much here. Reform back. It's because I've hit a unit that's retreating. Just hold the line. We'll be able to shoot them. Get your rifles and your horseback out, boys. Whoever can bring me Mikhail Kutuzov's scalp will get a promotion. But so far we've managed to knock out a lot of royal Prussian princes and some notable Austrian commanders as well. So we're holding here for now. I think he says he's moved further back. Yep, swing that around, get the angles on. Just trying to surround the Russians where we can. But I've been really impressed with the AI in this campaign so far. It's a great change, because most of the time musket warfare in Empire can be a little bit, I think goofy is the best way to describe it, even on Darthmod. But Napoleon Total War is even the vanilla is a very good game. The units are great, and same with the generals. But Darthmod just makes it so much better, eh? I do recommend it. I'll put in the description below if you guys like to download it and play along with me. Maybe start your own campaign. Because that's the beauty of Total War. The sandbox nature of it. Because even if you start your own French Empire campaign and maybe go down like a similar path, maybe adopt some of my tactics and where I'm moving my generals, it's gonna be completely different. Just like how the AI reacts. That left is not looking nice there. Hang on. It's because I'm giving out individual attack orders while they're moving as well. Yeah, maybe I just need to move and hold, because reorganizing is getting people knocked off. The 6th Grenadier Regiment is doing alright here. But even though Russia is so far away, they're actually actively preventing and helping their allies being so far deep into French territory. It's really, like, the AI is acting like it's actually a part of a coalition against Napoleon and the French Empire. 4th Regiment of Russia's now breaking. Try and bring down the 1st Grenadier if we can. If the Russians see the 1st Grenadier Regiment run with their tails between their legs, we'll be laughing. Alright, reform that there. Navy-wise, we've sort of been chilling. The French Navy is hanging out in Brittany. I didn't want to go for trade node stuff because just look, I'm going to spend so much money and waste so much. It's just not worth it. We've got too many enemies, and even if we give territory to people for peace, they tend to betray me. There doesn't seem to be, what I've noticed, like the best way in Rome too is, and sort of Attila as well too, is a really good example. Like, the AI doesn't seem to get a bad relation rating when they break treaties. Like, we've had small, short pieces and trade with both both Prussia and Austria but they've broken them within a couple of turns. Look, we need the peace, because it gives us a little bit of breathing room to replenish and repair. Britain and Russia most definitely do not care. That's like point blank, that is. You might as well need to charge that, you've gotten so close there. Attach bayonets and charge. But it looks like the short-lived Russian rule of Innsbruck
A glorious victory, sir.
should be no more. Okay, so we're not going to get the best shots here. We might as well just attach bayonets and try and make our way slowly but surely through the city. Cavalry wasn't deployed the best, same with their artillery. But our quality and infantry numbers just outplayed. I am curious to see the casualties sustained and inflicted. But even if we can't get rid of Mikhail Kutuzov permanently from the campaign, we should be able to send him all the way back to Moscow, to Russia, to convalesce. But we've won there. We'll run them down now. Alright, sweet. Close victory. We'll end that one there. Our first victory against the Russians. Yokimira only lost just below 1,000. Mikhail Kutuzov has lost his recent conquest of Innsbruck. I just hope we haven't left Bavaria to expose now from an Austrian attack. So we'll move back to Munich, and Innsbruck can repair. Okay, up in the north in Prague, Napoleon is currently governing. Up in Saxony and Dresden, we have Louis Davout pushing over here, and we have Massena and Bernadotte in Berlin and Brandenburg, and Michel Ney is in Paris. Okay, Russia. Alexander, please, we've just decimated one of your forces. No, not interested. Trade agreement. I'll accept that though if they want it. Yeah, just back and forth constantly. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. So, a Austrian army has actually attacked me here in Prague. Now, oh, it's Karl again. Oh, so he can't die either. One of the prominent Austrian commanders who capitulated to Napoleon. Oh, they are sending more forces. Crikey, they've got some forces here. Okay, so he's been pushed back. We actually won a good victory against him. We might have to get Napoleon to sort of run him down, actually. Yeah, so we've already fought him before already. That's a lot of cavalry. Where's the infantry in that? Anyway, Napoleon has won a decent victory. We've wounded him. Yeah, so there are some characters that are immortal in Empire Darthmod. But the more victories... So, say that Napoleon loses like 5 battles. He keeps on just getting absolutely steamrolled and smashed. He will get a lot of bad traits. Okay. Yokimira, I guess, has to defend. Okay, so they haven't actually attacked me here, but they're moving another army up. I can't give them a territory. I don't know who's commanding that. I might have to abandon Munich. Yeah. Just to consolidate my forces, because I don't want to lose Yokimira. I'd rather lose Munich than him, to be perfectly honest. We might have to retreat him north and rally up with our other army. Yeah. So, unfortunately, after taking Innsbruck and trying to save Munich, we're going to have to abandon it because the Austrians are pushed in here too hard. It's just because the public order in Berlin and Dresden is just bad at the moment. We're just struggling on this German front line. So, it looks like Munich, Bavaria will fall to Austrian forces. I can't give it to them, actually. for peace? How about that? And an alliance or something? Because then I can focus on the Prussians. They're my sworn enemy, but... Oh, they're going to accept that. You're kidding me. Okay, so Napoleon has made an alliance with the Austrians for Munich. It's a massive territory. Look, if this is going to let me focus on the Prussians, that's fine. I can't be at war with too many of them. Like, we've only got 4 armies, and the Austrians have 4, and the Prussians have like 3, and if a roaming Russian up, we're massively outnumbered. Sometimes, definitely 2 to 1, if not 3 to 1 sometimes. Like, yeah. So, we'll probably try and finish off the Prussians now. But the only problem is I don't trust the Austrians, so they might eventually betray us. We'll just have to see. Oh, and they betrayed us. In early August 1805. Great. And they have Munich. Well, we're at peace with them, but they broke the alliance, which is annoying. Well, we'll replenish and repair where we can, and we'll just try and consolidate our holdings for now. But we might have to redeclare war upon them soon. Kingdom of Spain demand... No, I don't want to be back at war with the Austrians, but they would give us some islands. Fair enough. Okay, that port's been raided again. Trade agreement cancelled with Prussia. Alright. The British have actually sent an army near Hanover. Arthur Wellesley as well. It's because that army was fighting in the Netherlands, but it's been pushed out into my territory, which is annoying. The public order's nearly back on track. We are in a bit of a time of peace with both Prussians and Austrians. I'm going to have to send Michel Ney to deal with that British army, because it's going to harass my territory. Okay, I think it's time to just move Napoleon back to Prague. We are nearly in striking range to hit Arthur Wellesley, so we can't actually get rid of him permanently from the campaign map, but dealing with him is probably the play. So, Michel Ney can push to Hanover. We'll move Bernadotte to Hanover as well. Well, Cleves. Michel Ney can go to Cleves, while Bernadotte can go to Hanover, technically, if you want to be specific on the territory. Yokimura can move to Berlin. We'll just try and move everyone up the line here to defend and make basically a wall from Berlin to Prague. I want to see what the British do here, because we might have to fight them. Prussians are mobilizing on the border near Stettin. Okay, so... Okay, we can't hit Arthur Duke Wellesley... Arthur Duke Wellesley. I could send some of them back, because I think Bernadotte can actually hit them there. Yeah. Yeah, let's... Here today, we've got a really good matchup. We have Bernadotte attacking Arthur Duke Wellesley, who is currently hanging out just outside of Hanover. So, Bernadotte, the future Crown Prince of Sweden, is going to attack him for the Battle of Aldenberg in 1805. We outnumber him slightly. They do have artillery supremacy, while we have infantry and cavalry, I would say. So, if you like the sound of that, feel free to leave the video a like. Subscribe if you're new around here with notifications on. Let me know in the comments feedback and suggestions for the series, and where you'd like me to expand and conquer. In the last couple of episodes, we've had a lot of good battles against various factions. It's like nearly been a brand new faction an episode, which has been really cool. There's so much rugged terrain here. Hang on, I don't know if I'm going to be able to deploy them there. Why is that? There's a bunch of rocks on that side there. Imagine if you could somehow, like, funnel them in there and shoot down. That'd be a really, like, crazy skirmish ambush there. Yeah, so in the first episode, we managed to play against the Russians, Austrians and Prussians. In the second episode, we had a massive battle against the Prussians. In the third, we played against the Russians. And now, we're facing the British. I think what happened is that Arthur Duke Wellesley, under the command from King George, sent him to the Netherlands. And he sort of got thrown back a bit and lost a bit of his army, and now he's sort of fled to Hanover. It's like, well, Arthur, you haven't taken the Netherlands. Can you take my old home of Hanover, please? And he's like, yeah, I guess I'll have a crack. And then he's ran into Bernadotte here, keen to earn his stripes. And if we're lucky, if he can win a couple of battles here, we might just give Sweden to Bernadotte. How does that sound? But the crazy thing about Bernadotte is that the House of Bernadotte to this day sits upon the Swedish throne. So we're going to have to rush our cavalry up here against Arthur, because we don't want that artillery to hit me with impunity. We'll slightly overlap our infantry there. Move to here. Perfect. So Bernadotte is here in Hanover. We have Masséna, Joachim Murat, Napoleon, and the Iron Marshal Davout are currently basically spread out from Berlin, which we've taken, Prague, and Saxony. We've been trying to consolidate basically German territory. We've been having short peaces and alliances and trade back and forth between the Prussians and Austrians. Here are some Highland infantry here. But our first battle against the British will take place in Hanover, on the continent. So the AI for Britain is a little bit aggressive. They don't mind moving forces onto the continent. But I didn't want to rush them straight away. But maybe we'll have to, depending. We'll see how we go. I think we should focus on trying to beat Austria and Prussian first, then Russia, and then whoever sort of comes up against us. I think I might try and make an alliance with the Ottomans soon. They form square there, so that's not working too well. We've managed to rush them quite well here. A lot of the trees and forests there have blocked their line of sight slightly. We'll try and get in behind with my lancers here now. You know what? I actually might be better off to flank with my infantry, but maybe we should just get them all to attach bayonets. Yeah, that's definitely the play. Because if I get them to shoot firing, there's going to be too much friendly fire. That's the major problem when you play in this gunpowder era, either Napoleon or Empire. You need to watch out for friendly fire. But the British are not holding on too well. Now, Arthur Duke Wellesley, you can't actually kill him in this campaign. You can wound him. We're going to be able to send him back to London and destroy his army. But he's going to get some bad traits if we keep on beating him in battle, which should be good. But so far, the French Empire and French forces are slowly but surely weakening the coalition's military might. So we've wounded Arthur Wellesley here, and we've sent him back to London. Okay, move Bernadotte here. Make sure our infantry is just surrounding and hitting. Yeah, so we're not going to get a fiery fury of muskets today. We were just better off to sort of charge, get stuck in with our numerical supremacy, and bring them down. So, yeah, the Dutch weakened them, and now we've come in to finish off the last of Wellesley's army, or George III, however. I wanted to give them Hanover for peace, but they weren't really interested, the British. But now, the Duke's army, the Duke of Wellington, his army is in a full retreat. Okay, let's just try and run down as many of them as we can and speed things up. Because we might, yeah, depending if we don't catch them all, we might have to run down and attack them again. But how are the British overall like doing it? They lost Gibraltar. That's fallen to Spanish rebels. They've lost the Rock and a massive choke point there, so we can freely move ships if we want to from Provence, Marseille,
Sir,
to Brittany,
sir,
with the
our
main
general is under
French
attack.
navy is just docked. I haven't even risked the French navy against the might and brilliance of Britain's fiscal navy capacity. Try and get him. There's only 2 men left in that poor Highland unit. Get your target practice, boys. Let's bring him down. Not the best shot. Are they shoot? Oh, there's a couple left, so maybe they're not shooting at that guy. I was going to say, how are you guys all missing? Those French skirmishers acting a little bit like stormtroopers. They're missing their shots wildly. But a close victory. We'll take that. But I wouldn't mind betraying Spain at some point. For now, they're my allies. But going after Spain and eventually Portugal, Britain's oldest ally, could be the play. Same with Italy as well. Italy is our puppets, but the Papal States don't like me. They ended up excommunicating Napoleon at one point. But I wouldn't mind Naples as well. Okay, still working towards our objectives. Here's the prestige as well, by the way. We're currently got the highest military. Austria, Prussia, and Russia all combined is quite high. However, the Ottomans are quite up there as well. My government popularity is 77%. Napoleon is 36%. And still quite a fantastic commander. We have Magdeburg now. So we have 2 universities researching. So Württemberg has attacked Munich because I did give Munich to the Austrians for peace. So I can sort of focus on one or the other. Like, we've got to focus on Prussia or Austria. Fighting 2 of them, it's just completely back and forth. So I'm going to negotiate with Salim the First. Is that Salim the Magnificent? I can't remember. Potentially. Maybe he's a bit later on, isn't he? I think. Anyway, we want to try and get an alliance with the Ottomans. We want peace with the UK, which isn't going to work. And the Russians are not interested either. Sweden, Sicily, and Naples. We haven't managed to fight them at all. Now, I want to secure my position here. Now, I'm going to make alliances, because I feel like... Because I've been having, like, peace for 5 or so turns, then war, back and forth constantly. What I need to do, I think, is essentially create an appearance of military mass. You know what I mean? Like, we want to try and make an alliance block. So I'm literally just going through here. I'm going to try and get as much money as I can and just make alliances with all these smaller factions. I don't really care about them too much. I just want military alliances. So if I attack someone or get attacked, they're going to come in. So hopefully that can just ensure my position, and it actually ups my strength ranking with the other factions. Look at me. Back to Sweden as well. Sicily or Naples want peace, I would imagine, yeah. Like, Austria and Prussia are open, because we're beating them a lot. We're pummeling them down, but the others not so much. Do they want trade? Would you break your alliance with, like, Austria or something? That could work. Break with the whole 3. Nah, they're not interested. Maybe just trade then and break... with Austria, how about that? What? Yeah, so that should pummel their reliability rating, but I don't think it works like that in Napoleon. Like, that's a later thing they added in Attila and Rome too. Break trade agreement with Austria. Tech, and we just made an alliance with them. They are allies with Württemberg and Sweden. I'm going to accept that because I don't want the Austrians to break the alliance so quickly. Join war against Austria. No, I don't want to go to Austria to war with them just yet, Spain, even though you're going to give me those islands, which are probably going to expose me. Oh, hang on, what was that? Khan under attack. Hang on, I accidentally unclicked it. Yeah, what's this? The British have moved a full stack to Caen in Normandy. Well, luckily we've got Michel Ney to deal with it. Oh, so the British, even though it's taken 4 episodes, what, 30 turns, they're starting to hit us. Arthur Duke Wellesley's now come up with another army. We'll send him back into the sea from whence he came. Well, that's annoying. I would have played that battle if I knew there was going to be another attack by the Duke here today. Okay, it's time to redeclare war upon the Austrians. A lot of their famed generals are inside, but we've got Napoleon here. We have Davout, and we've also got Massena with 3 full stacks. We have Joachimira in Dresden, and we have Bernadette in Brandenburg. We've also got a full stack dealing with the British. So we're going to redeclare war upon the Austrians, while the other 2 stay in the north to defend, because I have a feeling every time I declare war upon a faction, they tend to, like, if I commit my forces against Austria, the Prussians come in behind. Oh, we're at war with the Prussians. Are you kidding me? I was about to go to war with the Austrians, man. Oh, that's so infuriating. They see me move my forces off the border, and now I'm dealing... Oh, my God. Okay, so we're not going to war with the Austrians. We're already down there, though, so I don't know if it's worth. Oh, it's just so annoying, this war. No, but Württemberg is there. Nation joins your enemy, Prussia. Yeah. New nation arises, Wallachia. That's kind of cool. Right. Well, how can I work this out? I could just go to war with Austria again. Maybe just join a war. Because Württemberg has an army nearby. It's just so back and forth. Yeah, Spain offered me to attack them, didn't they? Maybe for some tech, actually, might be more beneficial than that province. Because we could lose that province quite quickly. Can you give me all that tech? Yeah, they accepted, I think. Yeah, they did. Yeah, good. That saved us probably 20 turns worth of tech. Anyway, so we'll move Napoleon to Munich to retake it. Württemberg is here to help out. So we'll auto-resolve that one with the help of Württemberg forces. And we'll reoccupy the city of Munich back into French occupation. And I guess, yeah. Right, so what's happening over in Vienna? Okay, they're holding a lot of forces there. So we'll send General Davout first. I think he's my highest ranking commander now. Oh, Massena is quite up there as well. So Marshal Davout and Massena can push to Vienna, and we'll probably try and siege that out here today. Unless they want peace for a little while. Would they accept? No. Okay, that's fair enough. Right, back in the north, we've got Prussian forces pushing to Berlin to try and recapture their territory. We could send Bernadotte out. He can win that, I think. Maybe not. We might need to retreat. We might need Joachimira to push up and help. Like, if I get Joachimira to attack it... Yes, that's a lot more favourable than I'd like. Good. We can throw the Prussians back there. Move back to Dresden. Now, how about the Prussians? Do they want peace now? No. Okay. Well, damn it. Right, back down to the Austrians now. They've got a full stack down in Vienna. Napoleon can move to Innsbruck because I can't afford that to be lost. Württemberg are moving an army north to Prague. Andreas Hofer is moving out of Venice. Prussia has moved up 2 armies. One sieging Berlin, the other's near Dresden. We can send Joachimira to hit this reinforcing army. He should be able to win that. against Ludwig. And he has. Joachim Miro has won a really good victory here. And we can move him further around to lift the siege of Berlin. And Bernadotte has won it as well. So we've won against the Prussians here in the north. Now do they want peace? Crikey. Good. Right. Do you want trade? For tech, maybe? Yeah, for a payment, we'll take that. It's so back and forth, this campaign. We've already played a lot of battles against the Prussians. I will play more eventually, but I just felt like auto-resolving those ones. We fought around Berlin and Dresden way too much. Okay, let's move to Vienna now with Massena and Davout. We'll siege it out, and we'll depending on how is it. Oh, there's another reinforcing army there. Yeah, I think we'll play this one, because this is like make or break for the Austrians. If we can take their capital, Vienna, we should be able to cement our rule over the Austrians. And that's a big one as well. Crikey, that's nearly a 10,000 man battle. No, 20. Yeah, that's going to be a 20,000 man battle. We have Davout, the Iron Marshal, leading the assault with Grand Marshal Massena as reinforcements. We're trying to take the Austrian capital here today in 1805. We've got the Battle of Vienna. We have David Schaefer inside. But most importantly, we have Ferdinand von Osterreich-Este, who is Ferdinand Karl, Archduke of Austria. We have the faction leader for the Austrians. So here today, it's make or break for the Austrians. If we can win, we take their capital of Vienna. And we also can capture their current faction leader. So, if you like the sound of that, feel free to leave the video a like. Subscribe if you're new around here with notifications on. Let me know in the comments feedback and suggestions for the series, and we'd like me to expand and conquer. So, General Davout has 4 pieces of artillery, 4 cavalry, the rest made up of infantry. So, we do have artillery supremacy on the Austrians first up here today in winter in Vienna. So we don't need to rapidly close the distance. We can sit back and relax slightly with my artillery and allow them to rain hellfire down upon the Austrian position. I'm going to put my cavalry on the flanks just to cycle charge and get stuck into melee if they need to. But if you've been enjoying this series, support it. I'll do more. I am open to be doing more Napoleon Darthmod on the channel, as I've been thoroughly enjoying this campaign, and you guys have been as well. So I'm definitely open to be playing as Great Britain, maybe even, I don't know, Austria. And I am open to doing some of the focused campaigns, such as the Peninsula campaign. I think that'd be quite cool. Or potentially even Egypt. Okay, so let's put this cavalry on the right-hand side, and then we'll get underway. So, Davout is leading the command for the First Army. Then we have General Massena coming in as reinforcements soon. My other generals are spread apart and around the Empire. In the last episode, we'd had a battle against Arthur-Duke Werde, where Bernadotte managed to battle the British and throw them back. I'm trying to think. General Morat is like further north, and Napoleon is close behind. So I did read in the comments that apparently, I kind of assumed this, I kind of came to the conclusion, but I know officially now that there is no essentially breaking treaty negative in diplomacy. I kind of assumed that just because of the amount of rate we were breaking treaties, and well, not necessarily me. The AI was breaking treaties, just trade and peace agreements and stuff. Okay, we get my artillery to try and bomb their position. Hit the cluster there where you can. Now, it is sometimes a little bit more advantageous if your guns aren't accurate enough to aim just a little bit of front instead of on the direct unit. If there's like, I don't know, say, that's a perfect example. There's one unit with 4 behind, you can hit the first one because it does trail slightly. We've had massive wars against the Austrians, the Prussians, the British and the Russians in this series. But hopefully this can be the final nail in the Austrian coffin. We're going to try and go full tilt, full assault into them. I might try and just reorganize. No, actually, no, we can't reorganize this slowly because we've got some Austrian cavalry coming in here. I am willing to form square. Just need to wait up, but they're just getting an app. They've charged, but they've capitulated. They've just done a little bit of a drive-by and just got smacked. Also, some of you guys saying, hey, you should allow missile projectiles on, and some people are saying, where are the grenades as well for your grenadiers? Well, in Darthmod, they've turned them off. Oh, wait, what? My general's under attack? Oh, no! Oh, he's been sniped across the map. Louis Nicolas Davout, the Iron Marshal, is no more. Oh, there's still like 42. I'll go back onto the trajectory and grenade stuff in a bit, but I won't forget. But oh no! We were doing so well in the battle for Austria. The Iron Marshal General Davout is no more. Taken out by a cannon. A lot of his marshals either did get smacked or shot a lot by musket, and a lot of them got the musket, like Michel Ney. His last words were commanding soldiers to fire. Or if you ask the conspiracy theorists, he ran away and became a teacher in America. There's another conspiracy theory about Michel Ney. We might need to charge that in a sec. So, yeah, I think there are some notable of Napoleon's commanders that can survive in this. Because it's kind of unfair that some of the Russians do, like Mikhail Kutukov. Yeah, he can survive in this, and he's just a general. He's not the monarch. But it also depends on the monarchy. Like, some of them are absolute, some of them are constitutional. Like, the monarchies are different, and each of them give their own unique buffs and whatnot. So, maybe Mikhail is actually, like, technically acting as a faction leader, while Napoleon is acting as a bit of a hybrid. We'll charge in here now, though. Get in behind. But the Austrians and Prussians have been so annoying in this series. They've been a worthy adversary. Same with the Russians, pushing in and helping their Germanic allies, going as far as even taking Innsbruck off me and holding Russian military forces in and around the territory of Vienna. My allies, the Ottomans, need to sort of get their stuff together and get in. But the British have been quite annoying as well. Going after the Dutch, they attacked us near Hanover and Caen. Now, as well, some of you were saying, like, you might need to look to try and start getting some trade nodes. I will, but seeing's we're getting stretched so much in a campaign like this. For now, we're holding quite well here. We can maybe slightly envelop the flanks, but we just seem to be out shooting them here. We are getting a little bit thin. I thought there was going to be a charge there, so probably go back to that position. Yeah, I could look to try and move my navy to a trade node, but my fleet. I think I need to keep my fleet stationed in Brittany because the British fleet is huge. Maybe once I get rid of the Austrians and then the Prussians, that means their fleets go. That would be more manageable, because it only takes a Swedish fleet or a Russian fleet
Our men are running,
just
sir.
to finish me off while the British we're focusing on. So I just don't think it's worth it, because it's quite a bit of an investment. Okay, our infantry seems to be just massively outperforming, even without General Davout. So once Marshal Massena enters the battlefield, he's going to be taking command and seniority for this fight. But although the Iron Marshal is no more, his body lays on the field of Vienna. His soldiers are still loyal to the Empire of France and Napoleon. They're still drilled and disciplined by the Iron Marshal. But so far, the tide of battle is slowly but surely gaining in our favour. We've nearly destroyed the first main army. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the original army, along with some further at the back. That is so unlucky, though. That's the thing is with Darthmod and Empire and Napoleon Total War for the higher difficulties, because the campaign AI is just like for Napoleon is solid on Darthmod on hard, because that's what it's balanced for. But the battles, the thing is, and this is sort of a leftover from Empire. Oh, hang on. Well, anyway, we've got Ferdinand now. We've gotten rid of the Archduke. Ferdinand Karl is no more. Davout will get his vengeance. He's going to win the grave, but he's going to win the day, but from the grave. What was I saying? Oh yes. So on the harder difficulties, basically, you could say it's annoying, but it's one of the tropes. When you raise the difficulty higher on Empire and Napoleon, what it does, it adds up the RNG of the musket shots and like can vary the accuracy of the shot fire. So that's why you need really good units.
Our men are running, sir.
Because your weaker units actually get worse on the harder difficulties, while the AIs gets more accurate. So we're deploying on the left-hand side here, which is annoying. But oh, hang on. Where's that cavalry come from? That's like my artillery's all gone. What? Oh, I didn't even see that. I thought the reinforcement was coming on from the far side. It's actually come around my... Oh no, my center's just cracked. That's annoying. Marshal Massena just enters the field. What in God's hell? What is this? Where is Davout? Davout is dead. I feel kind of bad for Mr. Egg. You really should have just shaved the whole thing off. Still down the portrait. Right, so we need to turn now. Most of that army's in a retreat. We have to deal with now a full stack coming right behind our lines. So we need to quickly turn. Look, it's 70% in our favour to their 30. Like, you guys can still hit those two units. Keep that to a 3v2. But look at this cavalry. It's just decimated my artillery. That was our major benefit we have for this. Send the cavalry in while they're reforging. We'll move that general out. We'll move Davout out. Well, what's remaining of his bodyguard. We will be able to get some generals at some point, but it might take some time. I'm only allowed to have 6 at this point, I think, because of essentially Imperium. Once we take some more territories, we might be able to get some more. But so far, as more Austrian reinforcements slowly but surely come in, it's actually still swinging back, but it's still a lot to play for here today. Yeah. A lot of artillery pieces going there. Yeah, we need to get over there. It's actually kind of a waste allowing those cavalry to try and cycle charge units. We want to try and get them to neutralize and destroy and capture those enemy artillery slowly moving in. We've managed to stabilise and regain some ground there. Push into there. What a crazy fight this is. It's still very neck and neck. It's dropped back to 60% in their favour. Yeah, send the cavalry down there. I don't believe that. If General Davout was still alive and didn't die, it's just so unfortunate that he caught a rogue cannon shot. Because you want to try and keep your general close to keep the morale up, but you also don't want to get them sniped and focused. Because I'm pretty sure he's dead. I'm pretty sure he's no more. I think there are more notable and maybe higher star rating and renowned. Which is sort of like an immortal trait you can work towards. Or like a second life, but that's so unlucky him getting sniped. He was so good for us in the... Yeah, it would have been the Prussian Wars early on. Okay. So, we're moving up our army to try and intercept those reinforcing units come in, but we are slightly surrounded. We do have our own infantry coming in, but mostly it's cavalry. I could have done with 2 more infantry units, I think. We'll charge the 3rd Grenadier Regiment. Oh, yes, I did forget, actually. Spelling the word Grenadier. Yeah, where are the nades? Well, apparently they're too overpowered in Darthmod. So, they don't have grenades like they do in the vanilla. Second of all, trajectory trails. Now, they're currently turned off on vanilla Darthmod, but I'm pretty sure if I go into the settings I can figure it out, because I do remember them when I played the Great War mod on the channel for Napoleon. There you can actually see the tracer rounds, essentially. So I'll go into the settings and try and figure it out for the next couple of episodes. We just need to get those cavalry out of the way because it's going to be friendly fire. Yeah, 55, maybe 60 now % in our favour. Looks like the main army we're engaging is nearly in a full retreat. There's only 3 units there. It's just his reinforcing now. My cavalry just needs to move slightly to the right, and then we'll move those in. It's just a shame we don't have any decent artillery to smash this straight centre column moving in. There's only 2 more units here now holding. I'm keeping Masséna so far at the back of this fight, because I really can't afford to lose him. So those 2 are nearly wavering. We'll essentially just try and swing everyone around here. I think we're going to win this one. We're in a really comfortable position. We just need to take it one bit at a time and trade with the Austrian reinforcements coming in. If we can sort of get around them and get some angles on them, we should be right, because we seem to be outperforming theirs overall.
Our men are running, sir! Our men are running, sir! Our men are running, sir! One of our units has used all its ammunition, sir. One of our units has used all its ammunition, sir. One of our units has used all its ammunition, sir. Our men are running, sir! 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 A glorious victory, sir, is soon to be yours.
Okay, let's wrap that one up there. The more confident, the less courage there is. I guess. Mr. Prince Alexander. We lost 5,000. But they lost 8,600. 860 with one of the lancers. Crikey. What a battle we've had here today. A heroic death. Yep. Double is no more. With the Austrian capital Vienna taken. With the Archduke dead. Davout has lost his life. So, who have we got here? Rainer de Vimeo. We've also got the university at Vienna now. So now we have 3, which is good. And now Prussia has redeclared war. We've got some winter attrition there now, which is unfortunate. We need a repair in Dresden. Workers on strike in Bavaria, which you have to keep an eye on. Right, let's bring in you then. Vimier. Jean-Baptiste de Vimier. One of Napoleon's commanders. He's 81. He's really old. But he can come in until a replacement for the Iron Marshal is fully established. So, after the death of his comrade, Massena wants to try and run down as many Austrian combatants as he can in early January 1806. Okay, Napoleon can take Venice now from Andreas Hofer. We can subjugate the Italian states of Venice, but I want to take Venice for myself. First-rate ship of the line, the United Kingdom. The first nation to make a first-rate ship. I told you I shouldn't be hanging around the seas. There's British hanging out there. Napoleon can move to Zagreb and take Croatia now. And there only should be a couple more Austrian settlements left. We are at war with the Prussians. So let's push to Stettin, as I can outnumber them 2-1 here. So we'll move up Yokimuara as additional reinforcements, because in Dresden now and in Berlin, the public order seems right. So Bernadotte can take Stettin on the Baltic coast. Right, do they want peace now? Prussia for trade? Of course they do. Of course. Predictable is the first word that comes to mind. And we're back at war with Prussia at the top of the turn. Great. And there's been a rebellion. Oh, that's annoying. Munich's fallen. Okay, so I'm going to have to send someone to deal with the Bavarian uprising. We'll send Jean-Baptiste. Oh, he's going to need some reinforcements, actually. He might need Massena. Yeah, he's going to need Massena to help him out on this one. It's because I've pushed so far. Like, in relative terms, I did give Munich to the Austrians when I was dealing mostly with the Prussians near Burgundy. We're reoccupied now, though. So there has been a little bit of a trade over. Yeah, they just really don't like me, which is annoying, but so be it. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. Late March. We want to continue on our war with the Austrians, but this is what we currently own at the moment. Napoleon can give chase to some Russians that look like have spawned there. Nothing the Emperor, the force of nature, can deal with. Okay. Move further back to Vienna just to be safe. Okay, Massena can deal with these smaller raiding scraps of units. Little trash bags. Alright, do they want peace for time? Yeah, I just want to consolidate my rule. Nope, not with Prussia though. I'm assuming they're going to say no. Okay, we'll move Yokimuara. Actually, if I move him to the bridge, you might be able to drag that out, because we do have Bernadotte there that can probably push it himself. Because there's two armies further back there. Yeah, we'll resolve this one. Alright, good victory for Bernadotte there. I might actually move to the bridge, and I'll move up Yokimuara. I thought you'd have some more movement to run that down. We might have given up Stettin, but it's okay because we might actually be able to bait those units in. We just need to destroy a couple stacks and then we can push against them. They're not at the height of their power like they were before. Yeah. I'm going to accept this, I think. So the Prussians are pushed in to hit Stettin, but if we can beat them here, that should be the last of them. So it was a little bit of a bait. Michel-Ney has now moved up. And we've also got Joachim Murat and Bernadotte. They should be able to deal with those Prussians that have pushed into Stettin. Then we can push against the last of the units. We've caught them in a really good trap here. So we'll move in Joachim Murat, the famed and brave cavalry commander. He should be able to win that, even without Michel-Ney's reinforcements. And he does. Joachim Murat is slowly becoming one of Napoleon's famed marshals. And we could demand surrender. There's a couple good generals about to go there as well for the Prussians. And Stettin is now back under my control. A little bit of a bait and switch. Ceding territory. So the Prussians will push in. So what have they got now? Danzig in West Prussia. Königsberg in East. And then they've got Warsaw in Poland there as well. Probably should bring back Poland. Maybe liberate them at some point. Right. We've got a little bit of free cash here, so we can probably upgrade our industrial buildings. Focused on roads, focused on farms. Now we can actually just spend some of this for mines and stuff. Here today, we're going to be continuing our war with the Prussians, and hopefully we can eliminate the Austrians here today. I also want to try and head to Poland and liberate it from Prussian rule. So, if you like the sound of that, feel free to leave the video a like, subscribe if you're new around here with notifications on, let me know in the comments feedback and suggestions for the series, and where you'd like me to expand and conquer. We have Joachim Murat, we've got a new general here, Jean-Baptiste, Napoleon's on the border there, Austria, their capital got taken in the last episode. We had a massive battle for Vienna, where Davout got unfortunately sniped out from, which is really, really unfortunate. Yeah, so we're still at war with Russia, the UK, and Prussia for now. We do have a small peace with Austria. Now also, guys, this is my first video sort of post the announcement of Rome Total War Remastered. So how good is that? That I'm officially going to talk about that. And if you haven't gone and checked out my Skippy Eye and Macedon videos, I do recommend it. Now, unfortunately, I'm not allowed actually to produce any more videos on it, not until another week. And I think it goes for pretty much everyone, or the other content creators. So you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. So I am still able to record and put videos together for sort of the next content drop, but that's not going to be for another week. So I think what I'll do in the meanwhile, we'll wrap up this French campaign. I still plan to do maybe 4, 5 more episodes. I think that would be able us to hit our long victory conditions. Okay, so there doesn't seem to be too many crazy forces in and around Prussia. We'll get Joachim Murat, the famed cavalry charger, to siege it out, and Michel-Ney to siege West Prussia. We've fought them so many times this series, we're basically just trying to put the final nail in both the Austrian and Prussian coffin. Because Germany has basically capitulated, and we've secured northern Italy as well. But yeah, feel free to leave me feedback and suggestions to the Rome Remaster, because I will be recording more after this episode here today. So I need content basically for the next week, so we might try and wrap up this campaign. We might even start a small, shorter campaign of something. I still have a 1212 AD campaign in the works, so whether or not I get that done, we'll just have to see. Okay, so we've taken 2 decent territories here. No huge armies have come out to oppose us. But yeah, still a lot of work to do in this Napoleon campaign. We still have to invade Russia. We have amicable relations with the Ottomans for now, and we also have to deal with Spain and Great Britain for our victory conditions. Okay, so we're currently upgrading some of our regions here in Piedmont, in Italy, up in the north there as well, in Strasbourg. We need to get these magistrate courts built. We've got a lot of money. We also need to sort out our public order and units. Okay, tech-wise, we've managed to... yeah, we've got 4 universities, which is really good. We're actually running out of tech, which is locked. Once we upgrade our settlements, we should be able to unlock more. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. So, Yochimira can push from recently capturing West Prussia, now the East. He can nearly auto-resolve this one himself if you want, but I don't trust Darthmod auto-resolves. So, we'll bring out Marshal Ney just to sweeten the odds and give us that additional 1,000 in reinforcements, and we'll loot and occupy. So, Yochimira is becoming quite a famed commander. I was reading some of the comments from the last video that someone was like, oh my god, if I saw the Iron Marshal General Davout get sniped like that, I would have old F4'd. I was raging though. Like, really, it's so unlucky. But that's just Darthmod for you. Especially when you play on the very hard difficulties. You can just sometimes... like, the thing is, right, the enemy are just more accurate than you. There's not much you can do about it. They're more accurate with their muskets and cannons. Okay, so let's move Napoleon up here. And 3 more stacks, and we'll try and push into Warsaw. British have attacked me there in Corsica. They've actually dropped a pretty decent army, though. That's annoying. I wasn't expecting that. We have repelled a couple armies from France in the French mainland, but taking Corsica is annoying, man. Hopefully they don't attack southern France. Alright, Corsica's lost. Anything else here? No, not really. Yeah, so we've only got like a couple more tech before we need to get a lot more. Do they want peace? No. Right. Well, Napoleon is sieging out Greater Poland here. We've got some additional reinforcements. Look, you know what? We'll play this one. Now, I want to liberate Poland, because what I do kind of like in Darthmod and Napoleon Total War is that you can like liberate some really cool factions like Scotland, Ireland. We might even do the same for like Hungary. But now, wanting to do that, does that put us at a disadvantage? Like, does that mean we're not allowed to recruit Poland hussars into our army build? I think we can still get them normally in the Darthmod recruitment tree. But, yeah. Darthmod connoisseurs, let me know. Should I... to get, essentially, like, I want to free an independent Poland as a faction. I think that's quite cool, but I also... look, do I like that as much as commanding cavalry hussars? Probably not. Alright, let's set things up against the Prussians. This should be their last sort of stand here as well. It's funny how they wanted to hold on to the grips of Warsaw and in Poland, while letting East and West Prussia burn and fall. So we're commanding with Napoleon. It's been a while since we played with him. We've been playing with a lot of his famed marshals and generals, as it were. Okay. Strong, long front line. Cavalry on the flanks. Artillery. Not the best line of sight. There are a lot of trees here. Is this better? No. I always recommend setting up your artillery pieces doing this. Sort of going down. That's a little bit better. But that's like got the height, but it's got the shrubbery. That's probably better than the other position there. So we'll take that. With the 6-pounders. And probably there as well. Our artillery might be slightly at a disadvantage just due to the terrain, which is annoying. But it's a nice change of pace being back on Napoleon Total War after playing the ancient eras. But yeah, I'm really enjoying my time with the Rome remaster so far, and I do plan to do a lot of Let's Plays coming out. So we've got some Fusilier, we've got some Grenadiers as well, we've got some French-Irish Legion, 34th Regiment of Foot here. We've also got some French regiments here, 37th Regiment of Foot. Alright, well, let's start the battle and deal with the Prussians once and for all. We've had some massive and glorious battles against the Germanic factions in this series, but hopefully the time of German domination is over and French enlightenment can be brought back to Central Europe, let's say. But it's it's funny that the British are still annoying the hell out of me. I could have rushed them earlier on, but I felt like sort of going down a little bit more role-play in an historical route. Yeah. I just kind of wish in Darthmod that the British Navy was like nearly invincible. You know what I mean? Like trying to cross the channel wouldn't be nearly invincible, as it pretty much was. Like, Britain's fiscal naval capacity was, like, mental. Okay, we'll try and swing around here, maybe capture some of these guys. The thing is, we have bled the Prussians dry. We've killed countless high-ranking generals in previous battles, and this army is nowhere near what the Prussian army was earlier on in the campaign. I don't know if you noticed there as well, back towards our army, there's a hot air balloon. Is Napoleon up there? Potentially. I don't know. My cavalry's doing alright, picking the corners of the Prussian line. The 5th Regiment of Foot here can't contend with our cycle cavalry charges. Although my artillery is in what I consider a poor position, they seem to be still getting some decent shots off. And wavering the Prussian front line. Now they're formed square there, so you need to reform out of that. Otherwise you're going to lose too many casualties there. Pushing against the 2nd Grenadier. And it looks like they are making a play forward. Just try and diversify that shot portfolio from the artillery if we can. There we go. Perfect. Just need to watch out of that cavalry if we need to form square real quick. But it looks like the French front line for now is cool, calm and collected. We will form square out of safety. Okay, we're in a bit of a shooting match there, which line infantry will win if it lasts too long, so we'll charge there. And here we go. The Prussian front line is engaging with ours. We form square there with the 6th Regiment, 16th Regiment of Foot. And those cavalry are not going to get that full charge going. Napoleon's cavalry have done incredibly well here. And let's put the final hit on those artillery. They're quite exposed. Okay. Now, we've got a couple of units here sitting somewhat idle. So we're going to have to move them eventually. 2nd Regiment of Foot Fusiliers. Getting their shots off. Once we are victorious here today, going to be able to liberate the people of Poland. Didn't Napoleon famously have a romance with a Polish woman? I can't remember her name off the top of my head. Yeah. But he did famously liberate Poland, Napoleon. And the Polish cavalry were some of the most famed in all of Europe in his army. The enemy general's now being hit, and we've saved our boys from some artillery fire there. Sending in our cavalry. Quickly envelop on the flanks. It's all just a bit of a mopping up business now. Just finishing off the last of the Russian stragglers.
We have killed their general, sir. Now they must break. A glorious victory, sir, is soon to be yours.
Alright, let's end that one there. Heroic victory for Napoleon against the Prussians. Alrighty, we lost 1,000. We deployed 7,000. They deployed 4,000 and lost their entire force. We managed to kill 3,700 in that fight. There are the casualties sustained and inflicted. So, I'm going to liberate the Duchy of Warsaw and Warsaw and liberate Poland. Even though it says Duchy of Warsaw, I'm pretty sure that it would have the Polish flag, not like the Warsaw city flag, I would imagine. But anyway, there were some other Germanic kingdoms we could have potentially like liberated, but I think coring the German territories probably the play. Anyway, we'll officially liberate Poland now. We get some units spawn, that's cool, and they have a small army as well. So now we don't even have to occupy and defend Poland, but that's it. The Kingdom of Prussia is no more. They've been defeated as Poland rises. So now we have to deal with the Russians who we're at war with, that are on the border there of Courland. So we'll make a trade agreement. Alexander the First of Poland. Poland back. Poland strong. Okay, let's get some trade with you. And they are not my allies now. They are officially my protectorate. So they're going to give me some money for their protection status. And they're essentially probably going to be able to get a couple of full stacks in, maybe one or two, and defend that territory, which would be awesome. I just hope they don't drag us into any wars. The Russians don't want peace, nor do the British for now. Of course the British have attacked Hanover here. King George wants his ancestors' settlement back. What's this? Join war against the Austrians. They'll give us the territory of the Balkans. That's probably not too bad if you're on the Balkans. Alright. The British are going to take Hanover here, which is annoying. I'm going to auto-resolve it because I want to try and get peace with them. Man, they're just chipping away at the French Empire here. They've taken Hanover, now Corsica. I want to go to war with the Austrians eventually, but I need to prepare. The Valor Mutiny. Monsoy. Trade agreement cancelled. Oh, okay. Alright. Come on. You've taken 2 pieces of my territory. Far out. Making peace is so harsh in Darthmod. It's nearly not worth it. You can't do it sometimes. Alright. Maybe we need to be a little bit aggressive. Take some territory and gift it back to it. That worked last time. We'll send Jokimira into Russian territory. We can liberate Courland, but I'm going to occupy it and maybe try and give it back to the Russians if we can. For peace. So, even though I've recently taken your territory, how about I give it back to you for peace? Will you sign it for an alliance? No. How about just peace? Because I just don't trust them if it's just peace. No. Hang on a minute. We know this trick. Typical Russians. Alright, let's put some roads there, I guess. Because if we want to move about Russia, we got to do it quickly. Right, I think it's time to go to war with the Austrians now. After taking their capital, they have consolidated a little bit further back in their Hungarian territories. So, instead of just straight up war decking them, we'll try and join the Ottoman War against them, because we get some better relations with them. I don't particularly need Ottoman territory, so I want to try and avoid a war with them if we can. There seems to be a couple of minor forces in and around Vienna, so we'll go down and deal with them. Okay. they've got a couple of military. No, it's not as big as I thought. I was like, I was going to say they got a couple of military forces down near Hungary there, but it's really only one, the garrison, and some minor ones. We might look to push into Estonia and Latvia, but we'll just have to see. Move to the border here. Michelnay can hold Courland. And Yokimura. Actually, we probably can. Yeah, that's going to get us in there. Okay. I wasn't expected the demand to surrender to work. I guess it's sometimes worth doing it. Riga and the people of Estonia have bent the knee. Okay. They have a lot of territory further back in St. Petersburg, though. Now, do the Russians want peace? I'll give you that territory back. How about that? Nah, they're not falling for it. They must really hate me. Because even the Austrians and Prussians accepted that at some point. The Prussians have been no, no, no. Okay, it's time to go around and build some better quality roads now. Alright, so this is surprising. At the top of the turn, the Austrians have actually aggressively pushed out and hit us. I admire that. But but their attack is probably going to be folly. Because we've got a full stack in Vienna. And now we're moving up more reinforcements just to deal with them. I think Massena's inside as well. Yeah. Massena. Quickly deal with these rebels. And it's Karl von Osterreich. So, yeah, Osterreich inside. Which isn't Oster the name of Austria? It's like, isn't it like Deutschland to Germany, basically? Alright, let's take that. Alright, welcome to the top of the turn. So the Austrians only have Hungary left. This should be it. This should be the last of the Austrians here, I think. Yeah. In Hungary. We can liberate them. Yeah, I'm kind of happy with what happened in Poland. So I think, why not? Let's bring Hungary back. They've been under the yoke of Austrian rule. So we'll liberate those guys. You sort of forget, like, as an Australian, I guess this goes for like most Anglo-Westerners. Like, you forget how much, like, other countries anglicize their name for us. Like, I remember being in Greece a couple of years ago, and I remember seeing this. It must have been these people must have been representing the national track team for something. It said Hellenic Republic on the back. I was like, oh yeah. Even though I'm in Greece, like like it's technically the Hellenic Republic, isn't it? You forget they would like Deutschland and Switzerland and Schweiz and stuff like that. Right, we'll get some negotiations here with Hungary. Yeah. Maybe let me know in the comments. Where are you from? What do you actually call your country? And what do us Anglophiles just like convert it as? Okay. We need to deal with this Hanover saw. I've got some soldiers near Berlin and the Belgian border. Okay, so that can actually attack it. We'll move them in. No one's commanding this. Just Napoleon's hubris and orders, I guess. And we'll send these guys out as well. This is a pretty good army, because this is like an 1806 late army. So that should be enough to get rid of Henry inside. So we got to risk it for the biscuit. Or I tend to coin brisket for Americans. So we'll occupy it. We actually won. I joke. I'm pretty sure Americans say... Yeah, what do they say in that saying? Anyway, risk it for the biscuit, the cookie. I don't know. I don't think they've ever said brisket. I always just joke that. Oh, so now they accept peace. Far out. Oh well. Hopefully that holds for a time. So, here today, we're going to be dealing with the Ruskies. We've managed to finish off the Prussians and Austrians, but now we're going to be sending basically the entirety of the French army into Russian territory. In the south here in Hungary, where we managed to liberate them under the yoke of Austria, we've got Massena. Napoleon is on the border here near Belarus. Poland's now back, we liberated them, and we currently have Joachim Mira, unfortunately, is under siege by Russians here. So we'll move up Michelnay to reinforce that. But we're going to be focusing on the Russians for today's episode. Alrighty, so if you haven't already, leave the video a like, subscribe if you're new. I'd really much appreciate it. Okay, so let's move in Michelnay, just behind Riga and Estonia, to come in as reinforcements, because we don't want to get intercepted. Right, so Mikhail Gutuzov has attacked us here again. Let's check a quick save, and we'll fight this one. Gonna be a close one here, but it should be a good fight. We've beaten Mikhail a couple times this series. The Russians have been really quite tough in this series. They took Innsbruck for me. They were actually defending Vienna. Like, they were actually protecting Austria quite a bit, which is annoying. But hopefully, we can take their territory. Alright, so we're currently in Riga. So, the deployment here might be a little bit tricky. But I'll put in the description below Darthmod if you guys would like to download it and play along with me. So, once we deal with the Russians, we'll focus on the British. There's only a couple more regions we need to take before we can complete our long victory conditions. I am open to doing more Darthmod on the channel, but let me know what other factions you would like me to play as. Because in a week's time, the Rome Total War remaster will be once again taking over the channel. Alright, so this deployment is a little bit tricky. So that's probably the best shot to get. I don't actually want to be deploying too far back, because we could probably out-fire them in the open field. So the deployment zones wrap around here. We want to be able to make a front line from somewhere. We also don't want that artillery to hit me. So is that going to get us a nice front line? I think that's it. So we'll split our army in half. There must be a Darthmod setting here to make the deployment zones bigger, because I think there was one in Empire which basically made like a lot more of it free. We're going to hide Joachim Mira in the city, because I can't afford the famed cavalry commander to get his little face blown off, or get the musket, as it were. We've got some Swiss light infantry in this fight as well, along with some French-Irish Legion. And Joachim Mira, the best way to defend is sort of just to defend him is just put him behind a cluster of buildings. Now I am going to pause here because it is a little bit tricky deploying this, because you want to get this right, just because of the deployment zone. We basically couldn't form up. Some people get really angry when you pause the game, but I don't mind it. The thing is, with my content, I tried to get as much cinematic shots where I can, because I love just watching the Total War battles, especially on the later Total Wars like Warhammer and stuff. You can get a little bit caught away just microing so hard when you want to sort of see the prettiness of battles and stuff. So I try and zoom in and get the fight as best as you can. Like, I want to try and win. I also probably could save a lot more men if we were sort of, I don't know, maybe a bit more meticulous and not zooming into stuff, but I think I've got a good balance where we're still competitive enough against the AI to win out campaigns. But who's what's the cost of a couple of extra soldiers? A couple hundred for some cinematic shots. I think it's worth the cost. Okay, let's get my artillery to start peppering, firing, bombarding against the Russians. Because they've been a thorn in my side this entire series. And they haven't sued for peace with me once. The British, in the last episode, if you haven't gone and watched it, I highly recommend you do. But if you haven't, I'll recap you. They managed to take Hanover from me, and then to give it back to them, they sued for peace. Taking Corsica. But I can't trust the British as far as I can throw them. The 33rd Regiment there is actually getting a lot of quick shots off. And there's a charge going to go through the fiery smoke in the forests of Russia. We will tame these bears. Okay. Still waiting to sort of form into formation and match us. We'll get our artillery to fire just in front. The trick with artillery that I learned, I do recommend it. Yeah, you're better off just firing slightly in front, but if there's basically 3 units stacked vertically, you can shoot at the unit directly because of the spray pattern. Okay, some of our front line is starting to engage theirs. Some of my cavalry's being caught there. We've got infantry sitting idly by, which I don't want, so we'll swing it around, invert the flanks, and we'll try and get some shots off. My cavalry is really struggling in this one. I would have loved Joachim Mira to help us out, but I've got to protect him. I'm still triggered and wary from losing the Iron Marshal, General Davout.
Our men are running, sir.
Okay, can you swing? Can you just rotate there? Because there's a unit that's come up to contain us there. So the front line is now officially engaging the Russians. They're coming up to parley. My cavalry has lost a lot of casualties in this one. I think it's potentially because the Russians... Like, I wish I had a chart. Maybe one of you guys know. Maybe let me know in the comments. Like, how does each... Because it is a little bit hard to try and find. Like, how does it all, like, roughly break down? So, for example, if I looked at a faction like Russia, I'm pretty sure they have really good melee stats for a lot of their units, and they've got numbers, but they don't have the best muskets or fire rate. As for the French, I would imagine they have less numbers, superior firepower and equipment, and like morale. Same with the Prussians. I think it's how it's like broken down. Yeah, but I wish there was like a chart for every single faction. We're not going to be able to form square there. That's annoying because everybody hit us. So far, Joachim Mira is defending his recently conquered settlement of Riga. Also, some French person was saying that I don't know how he said it either, I couldn't really tell, that apparently Mira is his name, but Joachim, that's not how that's pronounced, because Joachim's like German. That's the only way I've ever known how to pronounce that one name, the German version. Because isn't it like sometimes it's pronounced like yogi, isn't it? Like because isn't that spelled the same way? The national coach for the German football team, Jogi Löw. Maybe it's more like that. I read the comment ages ago. I only just remembered it. Yeah, you're pronouncing Joachim wrong. All right, sweet. How do I say it? I don't know. Right, let's get this artillery. I just know I'm not pronouncing it properly. But I don't know. I try my best. As long as you... I've always gone by this philosophy. I try to... Like, as long as you know what I'm talking about, it doesn't really matter. Like, the amount of different ways things can be pronounced, it's just crazy. Like... I try to get names and stuff that's right, but it's nearly just a losing battle on the stuff. Like, you can either just go down the real Anglo way of saying it. It's pronounced this way. Just do it with an Australian accent and I don't know, just fake confidence. Say stuff so wrong, but say it so sternly to make people think you're saying the right word. That's it. I've gotten away with it for years. It's not Yogi, it's Joachim. And just be like adamant about it. But yeah, I do try and before I start a series, if I see generals and stuff, I try to find the pronunciations of stuff. Like, for example, Yokimira, you read it as Marat. Mr. Rat. It's like Michael, Michel Ney, Michael Ney. I'll try my best. Right, anyway, the Ruskies are getting smacked here. The cavalry's doing quite well. As soon as they formed up and tried to tango with our front line, they got slaughtered. So once again, General Kutuzov is no more. We'll charge into the 44th Regiment.
One of our units has
So,
seized all its ammunition.
officially, never fear, Napoleon is here. His French army has arrived in Russia, ready to parley. Also, when you pronounce French words, put a bit of an accent on it as well. Is you Yokimira? Yokimarat.
A glorious victory, sir.
Let's turn them
Soon to be
down.
yours.
I don't know. I tend to go really Australian when I'm angry. Or just like frustrated more than anything. Anyway, let's finish that one off. Hail to the chief in triumphant advance. We only lost 1,000 there with Mora, and we've thrown back Kutuzov Mikhail again. Looking at the casualties sustained and inflicted. Although the cavalry started off slowly, they still managed to top the kills. But Estonia is still under French occupation. Okay, let's run down the remaining stragglers from that army. Sweet as. Now, do the Russians want peace? Nope. Wallachia has attacked Hungary. Really? Alright, wasn't expecting that. Right. Let's run down those Russians there. Okay, so it looks like we're going to Transylvania. Going to meet Dracula. Bernadotte has been sent over there. And he's won against the Wallachian rubble. Look, I might just need to... maybe subjugating them. Like, I don't really want Transylvania. So I guess we'll just liberate it. Yeah, Principality of Wallachia. Yeah, but they're going to have bad relations with me, so I don't know how long that's going to last. Right, do they want peace now, Russia? Alright, peace with Britain as well, because we gave them Hanover in the last episode. Peace for an alliance? Maybe just peace. Would you break your alliance with Britain? No way. Huh. They did it. Oh, wow. Now Britain hates them. Oh, that's good. Are we at a time? Yeah! This is for the first time in the campaign we're in a time of peace against major factions. None of the other ones, Sicily, Naples, or Sweden, want peace either. Wow! It's taken what? 7 episodes? 60 turns? Crazy. Okay, well, it's time to get our fleet together. I've massively neglected my navy in this series. The French Navy... I was about to say Imperial. No, I guess it's the Republican Navy. The Empire Navy. Imperial. Yeah, no, Imperial. Yeah, it is. The Imperial Navy has been just hanging out in Brittany. There's just been like 15,000 sailors having like a massive piss up in Brittany. So we'll try and get our navy nice and big because we're going to need to navally invade Britain at some point, which is going to be difficult. We want to do it as safe as we can. Ottomans attack Wallachia. Oh, what? Why have they gone and done that? Oh my god, that's annoying. I don't want to go to war with the Ottomans. Oh. Why would they do that? Winter attrition? Alright. Research and tech wise, we've unlocked some more, which is good. And the UK has declared war upon me. Oh well. Looks like we're gonna go killing again. But yeah, it just reminded me that winter attrition, that I can't remember how many horses Napoleon brought to Russia, but I remember in World War II, Germany brought like 1 million and lost like 1 million horses. Must have been like 700,000 or so. But the amount of casualties that were lost on the Eastern Front in the Napoleon Wars and World War II is just crazy. Oh, okay. This could be really bad. Because they're going to kick out our navy in Brittany. Oh, far out, mate. Oh, and now Russia's attacking us as well. I can't catch a breather in this campaign. Far out. Everything's just gone cactus. Right. So, back at war with the Russians. Let's bring them down. Massena can push further into Russian-held territory. Looks like Kutuzov Mikhail is spawned there. Quite happy to beat the grin off his face again. So we've lost Brittany. They've just been chipping away at my empire slowly because, like, we've just got to focus on the Russians. Well, luckily we're building up a navy. He can move up as well, Massena. Yeah, so we just have to hold Transylvania. That's so strange. It's annoying that we had to retake it twice. Napoleon's in Riga. He can probably push down to Vilnius, Lithuania, and then we'll get an army to Minsk. Oh, there's actually an army inside. Oh, lucky I didn't just YOLO Napoleon down there. That could have been bad. Spies-wise, we've got a really good network. Because just so many of them spawn in Darthmod. I've sent them all around. We can actually see most of the Russian territory. Moscow does have an army. There's a couple there. Kiev as well. No, we need to keep an eye on. Alright. I think Estonia's safe for now. So, we'll send Napoleon down. We'll send Mira as reinforcements. And if we can get another down there, that'll be good. Can you rendezvous, as it were? Yes, that's going to bring it in. Oh, good. Let's get rid of Alexander here. Rendezvous. Rendezvous. One of my favourite French-English words that we stole. Okay. So... Oh, God, this river crossing is so annoying. Oh, I guess we'll just have to hold here for now. I think Michel Ney's up here, yes. We'll send him to St. Petersburg. It's really sort of been... Well, Davout was really good in this campaign earlier on before he got sniped, but it's really been the Masséna, Napoleon, and Murat show. Michel Ney was defending France for a lot of this, so I do want to try and get him to have some more fights, because he was probably more accomplished in real life than he was at this point in the campaign. The Ottomans are pushing into Odessa. Yeah. Hopefully they don't take too much territory, the Ottomans. Although we've got pretty good relations with them. I don't want to war with them. They can be now being pushed back. Man, poor Mikhail. He's getting absolutely smacked. Okay, I've sent an army without a commander to retake Brittany. And we won. Oh, it was a close one. We can liberate it, but we're going to occupy. We're going to go on a bit of a blitz here. We'll take Kiev for France. Michel Ney can take St. Petersburg as well. And we'll take Minsk as well with Napoleon. Good. Russia is slowly but surely falling. We're on the outskirts of Russia now. Okay. So, skipped a little bit ahead. Napoleon and Murat have entered the greater province of Moscow. However, the Swedes have invaded us here in St. Petersburg. Now, I am tempted to maybe make peace with the UK. Nope. And Sweden, because Sweden's been weird. We've been in war with them for so long. But they haven't wanted peace until now. That's so strange. Maybe they pushed in and calculated that they couldn't win that one. Oh, that's good. We nearly had the Great Northern War there. Oh, Sicily want peace. Hang on. What about Naples? Oh, they've accepted as well. I wonder what's changed. Wow, we're at no with more no minor faction now. That's because our power is probably like supreme. Britain still don't like me. There's no point in making peace with Russia now, because we can probably get rid of them. Oh, we've got a general here now, de Grouchy. We've also got some heavy cavalry, Portuguese Legion now. We're coming up into some really late tier units, which is good. 86%. Napoleon's 38 years of age. We've also got all our universities studying stuff as well. We've still got to take Greece, Crimea, Spain and Scotland. We've nearly hit... No, we have hit the total regions. We just need to get those specific regions done. Hopefully, if we are successful here today in the battle for Moscow, we should be able to eliminate the Russians, and then we can focus on the British. We're currently recruiting forces in Berlin and throughout the coasts as well. We are building up the French Navy. We can get a general here, so we've got some French middle guard now available at our recruitment, and we've also got some heavy cavalry as well for the Grande Armée. But we will need a large and strong fleet if we are going to be able to eliminate the United Kingdom, the last of the coalition forces. So let's move Napoleon up, and let's move his brave and famed, one of the most renowned cavalry commanders ever, Murat. So Murat will come in as reinforcements of this one, and we're coming up against Sergei. Now, in Moscow, where they're going to stand and fight, they do seem to have, in the first army, artillery supremacy. So, Sergei Kaminsky is in charge of commanding the defense of Moscow in 1807. So far in this series, we've managed to eliminate the Prussians and Austrians. We've thrown back early Russian forces in the campaign. But once we sort of eliminated them in and around Austria, they weren't too much of a threat until we got onto the border with them. To be fair, they did take Innsbruck. Their general, Mikhail Kutuzov, has been the biggest thorn in my side, a thorn in my side out of all the Russian generals. Getting tongue-tied there, as I need to clear my throat. My apologies. But yes, we've thrown him back on Russian territory countless times. So, let's form up with the artillery there. It seems to be a nice, clear and dry day. It's not too snowy, which is what I'd worry about. So the Russians are deployed in 3 banks here. And they're intertwining their left flank into the city, which could be a bit of a problem. Because we want to try and push up and match them. 50th Regiment of Foot. And then they've got their artillery there. So artillery-wise, they do outnumber us. So we want to try and eliminate them as best we can. I'm just trying to get the best, clear and right line of sight for my artillery, because it just makes the difference in these battles. But I'll put in the description below Darthmod if you guys like to download and play along with me. I am open to doing more Napoleon Total War on the channel. Just let me know what you'd like to see. There's still a fair few factions on the Grand Campaign. We could play as like the Dutch, the British, the Spanish might be quite cool. Maybe playing as Spain in a Peninsula campaign might be more enjoyable. So I do plan to do more Napoleon Total War this year, definitely. The thing is, right, can I guarantee it over the next coming weeks? Probably not, because of all the Rome remaster content I'm going to want to be doing. Month or so, maybe. We'll just have to see. Right, so deploying this front line here, can we somehow sneak that between the 2 buildings? Oh, nearly. Hang on, if we put it back, we can... Just trying to see what we're best to get away with. Like, if we do that, that's probably the best, right? If they want to intertwine, I know it's annoying. We'll try and match it. So, hang on, just quickly unpause for it to load. There we go. So, okay. Pathfinding is always annoying in Total War sometimes. There we go. That's perfect. That'll have to do. We can makeshift that easy. But yeah, that's all I want to be focusing on. So, Napoleon, Westeros Total War is definitely on the list. But I like to get a bit of a general consensus from you guys, so I can plan ahead. But the 12 and 6 pounder now are starting to engage the Russian position. Okay, let's flank with our cavalry on the left hand side of our force, the Russian right, and I don't know, I want to get my cavalry on the right hand side there, but I don't know how well they're going to be able to get around. Hot air balloon as well, the general up there, Napoleon. We'll make sure Napoleon's super far back. The last thing I want is him to get injured as we take the heart of Russia, the heart of the motherland, Moscow. So we've been quite successful in the last episode, having the defensive siege which we won in Estonia. We've pushed up and taken Vilnius. We even pushed up and took St. Petersburg in a blitzkrieg assault. The Swedes, funnily enough, pushed up 2 full stacks, but they ran away with their tails between their legs. Typical Swedes. I guess they didn't want a repeat of the Great Northern War. Now, for some reason, the Russians are just clustering, which is annoying. I think it's just because there's so many buildings there. We're just going to bombard the hell out of them if they're just going to do that. It's a shame, because I wanted a really good competitive battle for this. Like, Napoleon, AI compared to Empire is so much better. But hang on. Oh, no. What? Is there a caltrop there? Oh, far out. We've just absolutely minced one of those hussar units. Oh, far out. God damn it. Now reinforcements are arriving. Oh, great. As if that... Oh, that's so cheeky. Yeah, anyway, but sometimes the AI can't be competent. Well, I guess it works out evenly because I'm bloody throwing cavalry into caltrop spikes. Far out. Yeah, so they're still not forming up. I wanted to cycle charge with my cavalry. It's not going to work. We'll get my artillery just to fire into their cluster. Look, my left flank, as you can see on the mini-map, is wavering a little bit. So if they put those artillery to like proper work and held a front line, this could have been a way more competitive fight. This is probably one of the worst as well. That's so annoying. The AI in the defensive siege for Riga was so much better. Why are the Ruskies playing like this? You want to just try and cycle charge there with our cav in the end. I don't know. Maybe it's the general. Compounded by the fact that the AI can't seem to manage all these buildings for some reason. We're going to move up and advance to a closer position to get some fire by rank shot off. As long as I don't like focus one unit, we should be alright to do this. Pull the cavalry back and continue to cycle charge. But our grenadiers of the French front line are starting to engage now. Those cavalry have finally worked their way around. But the 50th Regiment of Foot, Moscow Muskets, are now engaging the 3rd Grenadier Corps. Left-hand side. Anger yourselves slightly to get a better shot off, because there are some Russians now forming up against you. Cavalry acts so different in Total Wars. Like, depending on the position in Empire and Napoleon and their stats, you're sometimes better off just to keep them in. It just depends who you're fighting in the melee stats. We might be able to hit the general staff here if we're lucky. Attila's pretty renowned for cycle charging, same with Medieval too. Okay, here we go, that's more like it. We're still only slightly in front, but now the Russian front line is not being afraid to use their melee and number advantage to try and push him. But fortunately for me, we've just managed to kill Sergei there, General, while Napoleon sits back and allows his Grande Armée to to do the work. Okay. Even though you were already angled before, we might be able to completely wrap around and surround. That's what I recommend in Darthmod. Always don't be afraid to sort of wrap around and advance and get better quality angles, because you'd be surprised how much muskets just absolutely shred and tear through infantry once they get an off angle, whether it's from the sides or behind. But fortunately enough, we were able to snipe surge you there, which has thrown the army defending Moscow into a full retreat. And we end that one there because it's a settlement siege. But we have victory here today. Crikey. Only 700 we lost. Let's repair Moscow where we can. And there's only a couple more territories left they hold. French Egyptian Infantry Corps, French Foot Dragoons, French Reunion Battalion, French Conscripts and Militia. Okay. It's quite cool that we can get those from Russia. I think it's just because of the buildings that are in place here. Okay, so they do have Novgorod. Quite fitting, the old Republic is probably holding them off here. The old Novgorod Republic, and that's it. Here today, we've put the final nail in the Russian coffin. We've done what Napoleon couldn't do in Russia and conquer it. So all that leaves now is one coalition member left, the United Kingdom under George III. And they still don't want peace. So major factions wise, there's only four. The big four. The Ottomans, the Spanish, and the UK. We do have alliances with Spain and the Ottomans. But mainland Europe, for all intensive purposes, has fallen to the French Empire. The Ottomans have taken Edessa, but this is what we currently occupy. There are small city-states here and there throughout Germany and Italy, but nothing too much of a concern. Ottomans attack Hungary. Oh, that's annoying. They've done this a couple times. I don't want to war with the Ottomans. Like, a full-scale invasion, it doesn't really pique my interest. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to decline and break alliance. It's annoying because I really liked Hungary, but they wouldn't have attacked it if they weren't my puppet. Oh, Sweden's attacked me again. That's okay. We can take that. Because Bernadotte's probably going to want Sweden at some point. I might just... I might just join their war against Hungary. Because we've broken it. And I might just take it for myself. Yeah, look, you know what, we'll do that. That's annoying. Because I really don't want the Hungarian territory to fall into their lands. They were building it up an army as well. I'd be really annoyed if they do the same to Poland. So we'll just go in there and take Hungary. We fought hard for this settlement against the Austrians. I don't want to give it up to the Ottomans. Let's replenish and repair where we can. Right, well, with the fall of Russia, we've got a couple of armies up here and Bernadotte's up here, so why not? Let's war and push against the Swedes. So they currently hold Finland and Sweden. So I think it's time for a French invasion of Scandinavia. Massena can push down as well, because it's going to take quite some time for us to eventually move all our military forces back to France to start a full-scale invasion of the British Isles. We'll send Bernadotte and a full stack over to Sweden to deal with that. Napoleon's in Hungary now. He's replenishing and repairing. And I kind of don't believe this, but check this out. Sweden has disembarked a full stack in Aquitaine. We'll move our our standing army in Rennes, in Brittany, to defend Bordeaux, which kind of surprised about. Also, because we've unlocked later and high tier French infantry, we can get them recruited straight from Paris, which is awesome. So we're going to be able to use some of the late game top tier Napoleonic infantry against the UK over the next couple of episodes. So we'll continue to move everyone back across Central Europe. It's going to take a while. Luckily we've got a lot of roads built, but it's going to be a bit of a logistical nightmare because we threw so many of our soldiers into Russia. But let me know in the comments where you'd like me to expand and conquer. Should we go to war with the Ottomans? I don't know, man. They did a similar thing to Transylvania. Maybe it's because they just don't like my puppets. Because, I don't know. Comparing-wise, religion, government, they probably don't like Napoleon overly too much. They haven't really benefited from his reign. If anything, they've been held back because they never took too much Austrian territory. Yeah, it's just kind of annoying that they made me do that against Hungary and Transylvania. I don't know. Should I go to war with the Ottomans? Let me know in the comments. I feel like I want to focus on the UK more and maybe other factions before the Ottomans, because Napoleon did famously draw up plans for the invasion of Britain. There were French invasion plans. The Ottomans, a full conquest of the Ottomans? I actually don't know. Did Napoleon ever plan to invade the entirety of the Ottoman Empire? Maybe like down in Egypt and stuff. But like the Balkan and Egyptian territory? Sorry, the Balkan and Greek territory? Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, stay tuned for more episodes of this Napoleon campaign. I still plan to do a couple more, maybe 2, 3. We still got to deal with the United Kingdom. We still need to take Spain. We do actually need to take Greece and the Crimea, but because we've got such good relations with the Ottomans, we might be able to buy those settlements off them. That's always a play. Just because we need those settlements doesn't mean it's going to go into a full-on war. But I also still want to deal with Sweden, so depending on what comes first, we might have some French battles against the Swedes. I really want to try and give Bernadotte the crown princedom, as it were, of Sweden, because Bernadotte, the House of Bernadotte, is still reigning on the French, the Swedish throne, which is kind of cool, because I think, like, I don't know, is his 8th or 12th great grandfather the current Swedish king now? Is it probably Gustav? Is that what his name is? I actually have no clue. I'd guess it would be that, because they always seem to be Gustav and stuff. It's like the whole Denmark thing. Is it a Frederick or a Christian? The current heir. I don't know. One of the two. It interchanges quite a bit. Anyway, thanks guys for watching. I'm going to play the outro now. Unfortunately guys, it is time to end the video here. Thank you very much for watching. Like and subscribe if you haven't already with the bell notification on. Let me know in the comment section down below feedback and suggestions for the video. And feel free to leave a dislike. If you want to support the channel and follow me on my social media links, they are all linked in the description below. We've got the series playlist that you can access. You can also have a look at my gaming and recording equipment. If you want to get yourself some cheap games, check out the links. You can support me on Patreon if you want. Channel members are available. Use creator code Simpsy Total War on the Epic Games Store checkout to flick me a couple of bucks. We've got Twitter, Discord, merchandise, Facebook, Steam group, Instagram, Twitch, and Google Plus links all in the description below as well. But above all, guys, make sure to take care of yourselves. Have a fantastic rest of your day. My name has been Simpsy. Much love from Australia. Goodbye. Hey guys, my name is Simpsy. How you all doing? Welcome back to some more Napoleon Total War Darthmod here today on the channel. We're back with episode 9 of my French Napoleon series. Here today, we're going to try and take out the Swedish. Bernadotte is going to be leading the charge because we eventually want to make him the king, the crown prince of Sweden. So if you like the sound of that, feel free to leave the video a like, subscribe if you're new around here with notifications on, let me know in the comments, feedback and suggestions for the series and what you'd like me to expand and conquer. So in the last episode we managed to take Moscow and defeat the Russians. We finished off the Prussians and Austrians in the previous episode, so Napoleon and the rest of the Grand Armée that's not going to Sweden is heading back to France. Now, surprisingly, the Swedish have actually disembarked an army in Aquitaine. I did not expect that. We do have more military forces as well being recruited in France, so we're going to be able to get like top tier, elite, end tier infantry, which is quite cool, and units. We're still at war with the British, major power-wise, and the Swedes for the minor. So, I'll put in the description below Darthmod if you guys haven't already downloaded the campaign. Alright, so, Bernadotte, we've got some initial Swedish forces here in Finland, which they currently own. They did push up and invade in St. Petersburg in this series when I took it, but they never actually attacked. They sued for peace. So this is the armies that were pushing for St. Petersburg. We probably could have dealt with that. But anyway, Bernadotte is going to battle. Our first major conflict against the Swedes is happening in Finland. Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte versus Michelnay. Grimor Bigdenman and Top Elios. Okay, I think that's how you say those names. I have no clue. The Battle of Finland, 1807. So, we will need ships to sail over to Stockholm. Well, let's set things up against the Swedes. A cold, dreary, overcast Scandinavian day, and there seems to be a lot of thick Swedish, Finnish, Scandinavian pines there. So let's form up. It looks like they're going to try and match us, but this should be a good one. The French Grand Armée versing the Swedes. Now, I've obviously sent Bernadotte against the Swedes because the House of Bernadotte now currently sits upon the Swedish throne. And there's no way that we can make Bernadotte the Crown Prince of Sweden without sort of attacking it. It'd be kind of cool if there was like a dilemma that came up. You had a couple of options. Allow Bernadotte to become the Swedish Crown Prince, and then eventually the King, or pay to keep him. So, we've got some old guard here now. This is one of the newer units. Just some standard militia there, the 6th Regiment of Foot. We've got some Swiss Grenadiers. And I can't wait to play with those brand new recruited units that are in France. But we've still got a couple more episodes of this Napoleon campaign to come out. So stay tuned for that. So we get our artillery pieces to get their shots off. The roar of the cannon sounds out. Good start. We'll try and get our cavalry around. There does seem to be a lot of caltrops there, though. They're wavering, the ones we're targeting. That's good. We'll try and wrap around there on the left-hand side. Just need to make sure they don't form square on me. Actually, no, we might be able to hit that there. Like straight on. Sometimes it's actually, yeah, they're going to get one shot off. It's actually sometimes advantageous if you can get a good charge in, just go for it. Because these guys are very well trained French lancers against an ill-equipped, poor infantry unit. 14th Regiment, yeah, because most of these guys are actually militia. It's not like an insane Swedish force. They haven't really done much in this campaign. The Ottomans have taken decent territory, the Swedes haven't done too much. Same with the Spanish. It was really the Prussians and the Austrians that took a lot of territory. Okay, now they're starting to push in. My cavalry is now working its way down the Swedish front line. And now they're trying to close the distance because this is exactly where we want them. Charging into my grounded and ready superior infantry. They might have a lot of men, but these militia aren't going to be able to contend with the 4th Light Regiment of Foot here, and the fighting is now broken out. 2nd Foot Old Guard and the 42nd. Bernadotte has had an alright campaign in this series. There's been so many more generals that I've been using him, heavily relying on. Let me know in the comments, who do you think has been my greatest Marshal in this series? I'm not gonna lie, probably Joachimira has been exceptional for me. Davout until he got blown up by a cannon. Yeah, Bernadotte, Masséna, Michelnay, they've done alright as well. Yeah, we're just absolutely wiping the floor with these Swedish boys. Oh, hell yeah, watch out. Charge in again here. So once we've defeated these two armies, we should be able to move into Finland with impunity. I'm kind of surprised that they actually held on to Finland so long. You'd think the Russians would have wanted Finland. You know what I mean? They always tend to want to try and control and take it. They're just throwing in their infantry now, which is probably not a bad play, because there's actually like 500 per unit compared to my... Because look at my infantry, right? Only them have a couple hundred, but the militia have like 500. They're just going to get outshot and out-reloaded. They're probably better off just like charging in and grinding it to hand-to-hand combat. But they do have more reinforcements. My cavalry has lost a lot of casualties. It's because it's so hard to track caltrops. They just chuck them all over the battlefield, and it's so annoying. Oh, here's the reinforcements coming in. You just can't see them. They're always so well hidden. Oh, so our reinforcements are here. So who's coming in to help out? Ah. Marshal Michelnay. He can come up and help. Because we can't afford to lose Bernadotte. Oh, that's annoying. They got dragged into a damn spike trap. Okay, so the left-hand side's still holding.
Our men are running, sir.
Oh, wow. The militia unit that charge has really pinned down the right flank there. And some of them are in fact retreating. Artillery. Make sure you're hitting the guys that are still here. Fighting. Right, not that, my frames are going crazy. Oh, we've managed to kill one of the generals. I just thought I'd speed things up. Because all we need to do now is essentially wait for the Swedes to come in. There are still a few holding. Oh, we've got another cavalry in here. Let's swing them in. It's because there's only like one deployment zone they're coming in. They're just gonna like trickle in one by one by one. I will advance the front line when we need to. But for now I can just hold. Our cavalry is gonna do really well against those units that are just coming in. As you can see. Oh, maybe not. Oh, yeah, it was a full health unit. But they're just not lasting because they're exhausted now. Oh, good. Cavalry's coming in first. So, at least half of the first initial army is routing. But yeah, look at that, man. My right flank is actually buckled. Crikey. Yeah, it's because they just charged them in. Let's reform that. Keeping the pressure on. It's kind of good that we got cavalry to come in. Just going to get them to hold because as we're moving up our fresh cavalry, the last thing I want is a friendly artillery fire on us. Right, move up there. But so far, this first army's holding quite well. We're fine, we've got this. Oh, there goes the second general. It's only a matter of time. So here comes the reinforcements here, and we'll try and bombard that, get those shots off. Let's rally up my cavalry, and we'll look to go at it again. So go there. Right. French infantry. Let's advance. Michel Ney can stay back, along with Bernadotte. But so far, the first Swedish army, with the loss of their 2 generals, is now in a full retreat. Perfect, mate. Perfect. Poggers. God, I hate that. I tend to say perfect a lot. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, yeah, nice. Perfect. And then I just tend to replace it with poggers because of the meme. So stupid. Buggers. Ah, this French cavalry is very poggers. Such a lazy word. Yeah, poggers. You just end up replacing like anything that's like semi-good with poggers. Right. Ooh. Them forming up there is not very poggers. Good charge. These lances, man, absolutely wreck. Mein Gott. Alright, let's continue to advance. Oh my god, they're just firing on their own troops. Well, that's now been pushed back. Go over and help out them. Just malicious spam is crazy. As if there's like 2,000 there. We just gotta pull them out. They just can't last in combat like that for that long. Oh my god, they're actually surrounding me. Quickly now, continue to advance.
Our men are running, sir!
I'm actually surprised how well they're doing in melee. It's kind of crazy. I never said it was going to be easy dealing with the Swedish. Bernadotte is definitely going to earn his throne at this rate. Yeah, now they've gotten their
One of our units has used
stuff together. They've wizened up to the fact that charging in with melee is the play.
a glorious victory, sir.
Alright,
Is
push
soon
up.
to be yours.
We've got this. Just probably took a little bit more casualties than what I would like. Those cavalry started off alright, and then just got caught and wrecked. Alright, let's continue to run down as many of them as we can, because it's a field battle. Because we don't want to be chasing too far into Finnish territory. We won that one there, though. Alrighty, wow, 2,500. Yeah, they outnumbered me by a lot. 16,000 they deployed. Yeah, far out. Yeah, I didn't really fully comprehend that they invaded like 16,000 Swedes into our territory. Just militia spam. Man, if they like full on bayonet charge from the start, it might have actually been like, we could have been defeated. It probably could have been doable for the Swedes, but we'll run them down now and we'll try and push into Finland. Okay, so now we can deal with that other Swedish army. This is militia spam as well. What are they feeding those boys up in Sweden? Fish and crackers? No, let's run them down. We have an endless supply of fish and crackers. Alright. Move them up. Okay, let's take Finland now. Can we liberate Finland? Like, can Finland be its own faction? I guess. Oh, that's a shame. No, it can't. I was nearly tempted to do that, but you know what would happen if we do. It would be the bloody Ottomans would attack them, I guarantee it. Okay, I've skipped a little bit ahead. We're going to push into Stockholm now with the remaining forces, just to get rid of Sweden once and for all. Bernadotte, Michel Ney have landed in Sweden, and victory has sounded out. We can actually liberate and puppet Sweden, but no, I'm going to occupy it for Bernadotte. And the French-Swedish War has now ended. Always want to negotiate with the British where I can. Alright, so we could send an army down to Denmark, maybe Norway. Maybe that's a Bernadotte's job. Okay, buildings-wise, this is what we're currently constructing. Mines and stuff where we can. We're getting so much money. So, we're just upgrading our infrastructure and our resource management. We need to repair as well. Okay guys, so I've fast forwarded quite a bit here because I am rallied and ready to go to war with the British. So this is where we're going to be starting at the start of episode 10 coming out tomorrow. We have a whopping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 French units ready to go. Our navy is ready as well, and we're going to hopefully defeat the last of the British forces and finally put the final nail in the coalition. We've still got to get some French and Ottoman territory as well, but if we, depending on how well the British fight us, if we can steamroll them, because we do have numerical supremacy, we might be able to wrap up the series tomorrow. But anyway, thanks for watching. I'm going to play the outro now. Unfortunately, guys, it is time to end the video here. Thank you very much for watching. Like and subscribe if you haven't already with the bell notification on. Let me know in the comment section down below feedback and suggestions for the video. And feel free to leave a dislike. If you want to support the channel and follow me on my social media links, they are all linked in the description below. We've got the series playlist that you can access. You can also have a look at my gaming and recording equipment. If you want to get yourself some cheap games, check out the links. You can support me on Patreon if you want. Channel members are available. Use creator code Simpsy Total War on the Epic Games Store checkout to flick me a couple of bucks. We've got Twitter, Discord, merchandise, Facebook, Steam group, Instagram, Twitch, and Google Plus links all in the description below as well. But above all, guys, make sure to take care of yourselves. Have a fantastic rest of your day. My name has been Simpsy. Much love from Australia. Goodbye. Hey guys, my name is Simpsy. How you all doing? Welcome back to some more Napoleon Total War here today on the channel. We're back with episode 10 of my Darthmod campaign. Here today we're going to be invading the British Isles. Napoleon's finest have arrived in northern France, just north of Paris, and we're going to hopefully once and for all here today defeat the United Kingdom. So, if you like the sound of that, feel free to leave the video a like, subscribe if you're new around here with notifications on, let me know in the comments, feedback and suggestions for the series, and where you'd like me to expand and conquer. Hopefully though here today, we can hit our victory conditions. So, not all of Napoleon's marshals will be going to Britannia. Bernadotte is holding out in his newly conquered kingdom of Sweden. We've also got some forces still back in Russia. However, we have assembled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stacks, and let's head them all over. So, I think the best way is just to move our entire navy together and make sure everyone's in zone just in case we do get attacked. So we are at war with the United Kingdom. We have an alliance with the Spanish and Ottomans for now, before we need to take territory from them. So we're going to assemble here, but the main problem is the British Navy, which is still quite large. It's been defending the channel for quite some time. So what we'll do is we'll, instead of going probably safer to get these armies over, we'll be going one by one with the huge army. But I think just trying to get as many of our stacks over to England, the better. You've got to risk it for the biscuit. So we'll move everyone up here. I just hope that the British don't attack us while we're assembling the mightiest fleet that France has ever seen. Okay, so we'll just move them bang smack there to protect the single fleets. Alright. Well, we'll make sure that Napoleon has the rest of the main fleet, because he's the one you really need to protect. Everyone else, unfortunately, is a little bit expendable. But we'll end the turn and see how the British react. Oh no! Here they come. Are they going to attack? And they have! Oh wow. Okay. We'll auto-resolve. We did lose some ships there. One. Oh no, two. Two full stacks were sunk. Oh my god. We haven't had a juicy naval battle. I was kind of open to playing one, but with that, I couldn't afford to lose any of those ships. The auto-resolve was way safer. So who did we lose? It was a gamble. Fleet destroyed. So we lost two full stacks. Oh, the admiral died. Okay, good. Whew. I was going to say, would have come up with a general. We could have lost Michelin, Nemi Massena. Potentially even Yokimira as well. Crikey. So, with the British trying to sink us, man, they probably killed like 8,000. If it was two full stacks, yeah. Oh, that's so annoying. 8,000 French lives sunk at the bottom of the English Channel, soon to be called the French Channel. So, the British are defending their island home quite well. They've got a full stack in London, another army outside, and then another army just south in the port. So we'll disembark, but potentially we'll have to fight them on the beaches. But we've managed to... I don't know how many. Probably got 40,000 French. Potentially. I don't know how many exactly we have. Once we get into a battle, we can see. So, what are the British going to do? So it looks like they moved an army around here. They still have an army inside their port. Now that we've eliminated so many factions, the end turn time is so much quicker. Okay, so they're holding up in London there. Alright. So we might actually be able to take London, because those units aren't in range, I guess. Well, we'll move in General Massena. So how many is that? 20,000 there. Okay, it wasn't like 40,000. Would have been a lot more. Yeah, so we lost 8,000. Oh, that's so annoying. So that's going to bring in them. Is that everyone, though? That's what I want to know. So how many is it further? I'm pretty sure they brought in pretty much everyone, though. So you can't actually get in there. Move up that army. Move up you. And move up Napoleon. So what does that go to now? Okay, so it was a lot higher. That's 32,000 we've invaded with. Yeah, so it was we went over with about 40,000. Far out. It's probably the biggest Darthmod army I've ever assembled. Well, we lost 5,400 there. That's a bit unfair. I guess friendly fire counted for that? That's ridiculous. Anyway, we've taken London here. We'll auto-resolve that because we can play this one on the outside. Because I think the Duke of Wellington, Arthur Wellesley, is outside. We'll allow Napoleon to attack it. So we'll move up Napoleon. And we've been attacked, but it's not. It is Charles. It is not the... it's not Arthur Wellesley. It's not the Duke. Alright, well, let's fight this one here today. And this will be the battle for London. 1808. Napoleon, Murat, Massena, de Grouchy, Francis Pulgermain against Charles and Homer Inglis. The battle for Britain is about to begin. So it looks like the British forces are defending a river crossing here, okay. Looking at the map. We are attacking them, so we have to take the onus in the fight to them, which could be a little bit difficult. But we'll just have to see how we go. We will numerically win, hopefully. But yeah, why did we lose so many? I'm actually really quite surprised about that. I guess because it's a capital, but I don't think even when we took, like, I don't know, another capital in Central Europe with an auto-resolver was that much. Because we played the one in Moscow, we played the one in Austria. I'm trying to think. No, yeah, Prussia. The Prussian wars never were that bad. But anyway, let's form up our front line. We've got 5 artillery pieces in this one. We've also got some new units, which we haven't seen on the campaign map before, which have been newly recruited because we have access to late game and tier elite French military forces now. Just trying to see which is the best line of sight for these artillery pieces. But I think where I initially deployed is probably the play. That's not too bad there. There's a river crossing to our left, but then a bridge crossing to our right. But it's typical. As soon as we cross the channel and get into a battle against them, it starts pouring down with rain. The British have been a pain in my side in this series. We'll pull back Napoleon, who after landing in Britain commanded the ships to be burnt. We will not go backwards, only forward. It'd probably be like a strategy to do that, just burn the ships there. Burn them all. To ensure a certain victory. Victory or defeat. Napoleon will not be another page in someone else's history book. So, objectives-wise, we still need to take Spain and some Ottoman territory, and then we can claim victory. So, we've got some French, Polish cavalry here now that we have access to. We've also got access to the heavy cavalry reserve, which you can't quite see it because there's a bloom going on. But now they have a metal armor piece. We've also got 12-pounder 12-pounder artillery, and then we're pushing down to our regiment of foot here. We have the French Middle Guard, the Young Guard, and we have one lot of grenadiers there. We do have some Old Guard, which are back in one of my other armies. Okay, so let's get our artillery to rain fire upon them. The problem is powder is quite dry, so our artillery is nowhere near going to be effective enough. Now the problem is we have to attack them, so we have to do a river crossing. So we might have to slightly advance. But yeah, if you haven't gone and watched the last episode, and you've missed parts of this series, I do recommend it. It's been good. We started off dealing with coalition forces in Austria and Prussia. Then the Russians invaded. Then we managed to make our way to Poland and Hungary once we destroyed the Prussians and Austrians. Meanwhile, throughout this entire campaign, the British have been a massive thorn in my side, either taking Corsica, they even took Brittany from me, invading northern France, Hanover. They were so annoying since they lost Gibraltar to the Spanish a while ago. But overall, the coalition forces weren't able to throw back Napoleon. So, let's move up to the river crossings, because we're going to have to advance eventually. I'm kind of hoping we can bait them forward so they attack us at the end of the day. Our artillery is shelling the British position just over the shallow river there. But for now they seem to be holding. Yeah, so there is a small crossing there. Looks like the British are moving over. Quickly, reform the line. I want to try and sneak over my cavalry if I can, because we do have a lot of it. The 15th Regiment of Foot Young Guard is hitting the 7th Light Horse Dragoon. We might need to form square, and we will. Hopefully we can get it done in time. But the British are charging over the river in the pouring rain, straight at the firestorm of the French. Move here. Oh, no, not that infantry. Just the cavalry, please. Okay. It looks like they want to just pull their cavalry over. Oh, I was kind of hoping I could get mine over. The 52nd Regiment of Foot. 52nd. It's crazy that we've got so many. 51st as well holding. Wait. Now that we've gotten closer, we are getting slightly bombarded by the British artillery. Maybe trying aiming just in front. Might be able to destroy them bunkered in there. But so far, I've had an absolute blast for this series, and I do want to do more Napoleon on the channel. It's been such a thoroughly enjoyable campaign. I'm surprised I haven't played more Darthmod Napoleon, to be honest. It's just such a cool time period, these wars, with characters and stuff, so I am open to maybe doing another campaign in a similar fashion for this. Because not just Napoleon's cool, his marshals are so cool as well. So, just want to thank each and every one of you for all the fantastic support on this series. For giving it a go. Particularly seeing as I haven't uploaded Darthmod on the channel before. On Napoleon Total War. Everyone's been interacting in the community as well. And all the fantastic comments. I do appreciate it. Even those of you who've been writing short stories for the Napoleon campaign. I really do appreciate it. Maybe I should try and make that into its own video, because I have been saving those stories. So I do want to say a massive thank you and give a shout out to the subscriber, the user, the Death Star. I do really appreciate the French battle reports and sort of short stories. How cool would it be if I could make, like, maybe I should make those into a video. I'm not very good with cinematics, and I don't think my voice would be the best, but maybe using those as like a cinematic campaign. Reading out those stories while getting some cinematic footage, that'd be really cool. Getting a really good voice actor in or something. I don't know. Let me know, guys, if that's something you'd like to see. This French campaign, this fantasy French campaign, narrated into a video. I think it'd be quite cool. Okay, so it looks like the left flank is holding fine for now. We've thrown back the French advance. I might actually relocate my cavalry that's occupying the right flank to the left, because I think getting over the river is going to be far easier on this side, and there's no one here for now as well. We should be able to sow havoc and mayhem if we can go across the river. Quickly now. Alright, continue up with that artillery fire. Yeah, we should have absolutely smashed and annihilated this position. Man, if it wasn't just hammering down with rain, we would have been able to absolutely pump them with shrapnel. But the French cavalry now is slowly but surely crossing the river, taking up their position. The French Polish cavalry, double time, sally forth. Okay, so the 11th Regiment of the UK is holding. Oh, we're holding on these artillery pieces, these artillery shots as well. The cavalry's now over. Charge down the position. If we can take out a couple of generals, we'll be laughing. I don't know why they're going one at a time. That's so annoying. Those additional two cavalry units that were further on the right are now coming. Oh, we might need to... Look, for now, we'll continue to aim and target their artillery. But we might have to hit those pieces that are trying to cross on the right-hand side. Whoa, I don't know what's going on there. My frames turned to absolute cactus there. The 9th Light Horse is coming up to meet us. Well, reform that properly and we'll charge with our 5 against their 1 or 2 that wants to come up and potentially challenge. So, oh, hang on. That's an artillery piece there. We'll charge that. But they are really going after our force here. I don't know how they were able to cross the river there, not take more casualties. So, the 4th and 5th British Regiment of Foot have charged. Oh. And ours are not holding. We might need to rely on those reinforcements. But here is a massive cavalry charge. 700 French charge the 2nd Light Horse just outside London. It's the first time using our heavy cavalry. Been really excited for them because then they can actually hold, interlock and fight for a lot longer. Oh, even though that charge looked like it was going to be successful, they've actually not held on. Oh, that must be annoying for them. We've managed to push them back here. Perfect. Oh, here we go. General Staff facing our French-Polish hussars. Just got to watch out for friendly fire slightly. But we've managed to repel them on both of the positions. Perfect. Good. Even though we attacked them,
One of our units has used all its
we were able to bait them in. It's because their cavalry wanted to cross. I'm not entirely sure why. Continue to hit their position here. But our cavalry, now that they're higher quality and better quality armoured, they can sit in. Oh, here we go. Alexander's being killed for the British. But this is probably the largest invasion force Britain has ever seen. Yeah, there's no way at any point in time more than 40,000 French disembarked. I wonder if there's like a stat, like what is the highest number of invasion forces per country? You know what I'm saying? Like, how many Germans invaded Russia in World War II and maybe France? What was the biggest invasion of the US? Or Australia? Well, it depends what you ask with Australia. Maybe there's 25 million invaders, I don't know. Depends what you ask. Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. Yeah, I guess you're saying with the US. 350 million, maybe. Like foreign armies deploying. Yeah, because like the Japanese, I don't think they actually had any soldiers, did they? Like in World War II, did any of them actually... They flew planes and they bombed Darwin and stuff, but did they actually land anywhere? Like, what's the... Because I'm pretty sure the first foreign nation to declare war on Australia was the Japanese. Oh, they're charging over here now. I actually don't know if we're going to be able to hold this position here. We might need to get our artillery to bomb this position, because as they're swarming a lot of over. Fight! Fight for tea and crumpets! To the last man! What is a crumpet? We need croissants and baguettes. It's still interesting that the British and Australians still have like French words. It's like cow, bœuf. Oh, what are some other ones? Yeah, because sheep is Anglo, but mutton would be French. Oh, just bumped the mic. And I guess like pig, it would be like, I guess. Yeah, because isn't there? Because pig would be English, and then pork would be French, I think. Yeah, because wasn't that a thing? Wasn't it like a class thing? Because the nobility, which were French speaking at the time, said bœuf, pork, mutton, while the lower class English said pig. Sheep. Cow. Anyway, speaking of animals, we really made a pig's ear, as it were, of this front line, and they're actually all in a full retreat. Hang on, we've managed to hit someone here, though. We are sniping their commanders quite well, but our right side is buckled. Well, bloody blow them to smithereens if you can. Blow them to smithereens. Yeah, they've buckled. That's annoying. Our cavalry's doing well on the other side. We might even be able to wrap all the way around and then eventually make our way back over the bridge. Our reinforcements have arrived, but they need to move up to deal with the British that are now storming over our position of the battlefield. We're still massively favoured to win. Balance of power wise. They are getting quite close. We might actually be able to deploy a canister shot if we're lucky. Get our infantry over there.
Our men are running, sir.
Wow. Some of Napoleon's finest infantry are now in a full retreat. We've got to give it to the British. They are making us absolutely work for our supper. Right, make sure that we're not getting shot and sitting idly by here. Yeah, maybe I need to hold a vote for eventually the next series. Over the next coming weeks, Rome Total War Remastered will be taken over the channel. But I definitely throughout this year, maybe over the coming months, I want to do more Napoleon / potentially Empire. Okay, we're nearly in range for a canister shot there. Just need to get those 12-pounders slightly closer. Okay, they're now retreating there. Some of them we're holding, so we want to cycle charge those. They're now completely gone. It's just the ones on the bridge that are holding. Our infantry's now here. They're now routing. Perfect. Yeah, form there. There's only a couple more of the British holding here, yeah. We'll run them down with our cavalry on the other side. And oh, they seem to be forming up slightly. I feel like my artillery's gotten better as they come closer. But throughout this, they weren't fighting the best. Oh, the British, once again, going on another famed bayonet-attached infantry charge, which they seem to be notorious in this fight for. Yeah, I guess it's a good strategy. Because you want to try and get yourself as tight to my front line as possible, because then I'm going to stop firing my artillery pieces. But little do they know I do not care about my men. Dropping hellfire still. Yochimira has now arrived.
Our men are running, sir.
I'm sure he trained and whipped Napoleon's cavalry into shape. Oh, it's basically GG now. There's only a couple more of these guys left. Look, you know what? If I get an opportunity with Yochimira, I might actually give him a charge in. That'd be just the type of thing for him to do. Charge into a heroic attempt at getting some British kills.
The men are fatigued, sir.
Sounds right up his alley. They're still holding me there. Yeah, let's move him into the fight. Let's get him to occupy this right-hand side with a little bit of covering. Alright, swing around there, get back in the battlefield where you can. Bomb this unit right bang smack in front of you if you can. Maybe even this other one here. Only 3 seem to be holding. Oh, well that's a shame. We couldn't wrap them around further. Man, they nearly did a full rotation of the battlefield. Those cavalry units. Oh, and those guys lasted like one decent artillery volley. We are going to win here today. Yeah, I don't know why we took so many casualties in auto resolve. That's crazy. I guess when you have so many units occupying the battlefield in an auto resolve like that, they just like friendly fire goes through the roof. Like there's no way that we're going to lose anywhere between 5,000 in this fight. It's just not going to happen. It's just wrong. That's an obscure reference. Just reminded me of it when I was fighting the British. Only one unit here now. They are in square, but maybe we should just charge it. Marats! Famed charge! We only need one good charge, even though they're in square. We just need them to rout and we're done. We charged them up. Please don't die. We've just spent like nearly like 20 minutes, 25 minutes playing this. Mira survived. Oh, that's so good. If he died, it probably would have been fitting anyway. But capitulated and rout the last unit, Mora, and his famed charge. Nothing is so important in war as an Wait, what does that say? I can't see that from here. As an undivided command. I couldn't see that. The writing was like blurred from where I was sitting. I don't need glasses, I swear. Right, let's move our reinforcements to run down the last. Of the British there. Okay, so they've still got Edinburgh, Cardiff and Ireland we need to take. So let's do that. There is a crossing from Scotland to Ireland, which is good. And we'll repair and hold. We'll exempt London from taxes. And I guess let's move you here, because it could be another rebellion, which is annoying. There is an army there that we have to deal with. Oh no. Oh, okay. I thought it was more, because we can kick that out. My navy might actually be able to hit it, to be honest. Because we've thrown back what was made up of most of the British Navy. Okay. Let's take Cardiff. Napoleon sieges Cardiff. That's strange. Never thought I'd see the day. Wales is now under the control of the French. Can't liberate them, but we can Scotland and Ireland. So we'll liberate Scotland, because we've gone around liberating stuff. I would have liked Hungary to stay, but keeps on track with the Polish record. Yeah, so we were able to get Polish hussars anyway. I don't think it was dependent on Poland being back or not. William II is now King of Scotland. King of Scots. Oh, we've actually been attacked here in France. We should be able to take Dublin, so that siege on the French mainland will mean nothing. General Massena is in Dublin and is going to take Ireland for the French and liberate the entire island. Check that out. An entire free and independent Ireland. Roy the First, King of the Irish. Okay. And maybe it's not going to be the end of the British. Where are they? Oh, they're down in Corsica, aren't they? I think. Yeah, because they're out of Hanover now. We kicked them out. Oh, they got Corsica. Oh, that's annoying. Well, we'll send an army down to deal with them though. That's alright. Right, let's get rid of the British. Is this where Wellesley is? Has he been hanging down here? He has too. Well, I was down defending Corsica, George. Oh, well there goes the UK now. Maybe he threw. Maybe he wanted the UK to fall. Well, I like this Napoleon chap. He's very good with his marshals. I've had a small rebellion here, which is annoying, which I can't stand. We've basically eliminated the UK, but they can just spawn units out of magic. They spawn better armies than what they had. But the coalition has officially been destroyed. Victory conditions wise, we have way over the regions, which is awesome. But we need to take Spain. We also need to take Greece and the Crimea. We've got good relations with the Ottomans, so we should be able to get that. We should be able to buy them buy the territory from them instead of going on a full-on war. But we might have to invade Spain manually, because I'm pretty sure Spain's their capital, which they can't trade and give up. The Rum Rebellion, really, in New South Wales? That's interesting. I didn't know about that. Anyway, that's pretty good how, with the UK fallen, there's rebellions going on out across the empire. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. I've skipped a little bit ahead. So, first up, we're going to be able to get some territory from the Ottomans. Now, I'm just curious to see if we give them just like all my money, because we've got like a crazy amount. Would they accept? No. Okay, we'll just ask for our key regions that we need then. So, if I get the Crimea and that, and we'll offer you all my money just to get it done. Oh, they're going to accept. Awesome. So we don't have to go and fight it. What? That's so strange that they attacked me after all that. Maybe the money? Well, we don't need Hungary. That's annoying. Yeah, those treacherous buggers. Right. Well, I don't think we're going to lose the Crimea or the Greek territory, because that's all we really need and care about. Wow, they took the money and ran. So, we'll betray the Spanish and we'll move into Madrid. Mostly militia there. but Napoleon has finally arrived in Spain. And we've won a supreme victory. Wow, wait. Well, on that note, it's probably time to wrap things up. Thank you very much for watching this Napoleon Total War Darthmod. We've won the French campaign. We actually won a long victory, a supreme victory. Normally I only do a short campaign, but I enjoyed this playthrough so much that I wanted to wrap and finish things up with a really good victory. So, there is war with the Ottomans and potentially the Spanish, but I kind of think I'm done. I've hit my victory conditions. With the amount of money and military supremacy we have, it'd only be a matter of time before they fall. But we've destroyed the coalition, we've liberated Scotland, Poland, Ireland, and some various other territory as well. Alrighty, thanks for watching, guys. Just want to thank each and every one of you for all the fantastic support. Really do appreciate it. But yeah, I've got to replace this campaign with something, so let me know in the comments what you would like it to be. Maybe as well, who should I sort of give regions and princedoms and ownership to? Because Bernadotte's going to get Sweden, of course, but who gets England? Who gets Spain? I guess Mira can get sort of his Italian holdings. Yeah. What should Michel Ney get? Crown Prince of, I don't know, Muscovy or something? Joachim Mira, Prince of Spain? Let me know in the comments who and what should get which title. Unfortunately, guys, it is time to end the video here. Thank you very much for watching. Like and subscribe if you haven't already with the bell notification on. Let me know in the comment section down below feedback and suggestions for the video, and feel free to leave a dislike. If you want to support the channel and follow me on my social media links, they are all linked in the description below. We've got the series playlist that you can access. You can also have a look at my gaming and recording equipment. If you want to get yourself some cheap games, check out the links. You can support me on Patreon if you want. Channel members are available. Use creator code SimpsyTotalWar on the Epic Games Store checkout to flick me a couple of bucks. We've got Twitter, Discord, merchandise, Facebook, Steam group, Instagram, Twitch, and Google Plus links all in the description below as well. But above all, guys, make sure to take care of yourselves. Have a fantastic rest of your day. My name has been Simpsy. Much love from Australia. Goodbye.